So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. something in his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one just nothing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's just nothing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now something in these eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no.
Know that they fly, know that they ride or die. I keep boys by my side, CJ I, now I gotta roll with ice. No rush, go on, move dumb. Push and show move dumb. Peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do a run up. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move out the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah. Unless you heard it from me, and you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all that energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze. I get no feelings involved.
Child, leaving them beanies alone. Me with a squeeze.
I'm getting high.
Cho một lẩu Thái anh ơi.
Play games.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up. You crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
You crank that volume, turn it way up. là đại diện mạnh nhất của Việt Nam tại FFSI. Team Flash không sợ bất kỳ một đối thủ nào. Muốn hỏi về chiến thuật sao? Và đây mình chỉ cho ít bài.
Muốn hay ác quỷ không? Đưa mà 1887 đây.
Với 4 chiếc vô địch tại Việt Nam, sức mạnh của chúng tôi không phải dàn bừa. Kinh nghiệm của Team Flash sẽ đem bẹp tất cả. Cân 4 nhiều rồi, muốn xem highlight cân 8 không?
Thôi, không nói nhiều, hẹn gặp ở chung kết.
Thứ duy nhất mà SE sợ ấy chính là các đối thủ tại FFSI quá yếu và không có đủ khả năng để đấu lại SE. Mùa này là mùa của chúng ta. It's our time.
On track, now we gon' way up. Don't be used as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Now we gon' way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
Tụi mình từng vô địch châu Á đó, nên xét về trình độ thì khỏi phải bàn.
Ai đó cản tôi lại đi, nếu không tôi sẽ càng quét bản đồ đấy.
Các bạn nên nhớ, ai là người loại Evox Point ở FFSI.
Xuống tiền của mình cố gắng 5 châm. Bạn chạy đâu cũng dính à. Một mình tôi thừa sức cân cả team các bạn.
I'ma let you hear 'em just to prove you wrong. Way up. On track, now we gon' way up. Way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going. On track, now we gon' way up. Way up. Now we gon' way up. Now we going.
SE sẽ mang vinh quang về cho Việt Nam.
สวัสดีครับผมโจนะกัปตันทีมยูฟินิกนักสู้ที่ดีที่สุดในเกมอยู่ทีมผมนี่แหละครับผมเป็นคนชอบกินส่วนถ้าถามผมว่าชอบกินอะไรผมตอบได้เลยว่าก๋วยเตี๋ยวไก่มะระชีวิตผมสบายมากแล้วผมเล่นเกมอะไรก็เก่งแน่นอนว่าสำหรับเกมนี้ผมนำมาเพื่อชนะอยู่แล้วส่วนนี่ e-word already มีตำแหน่งคือ attacker มีดีที่หน้าตาแถมลีลาไม่แพ้ใครส่วนเรื่องฉายาใครๆก็เรียกเขาว่าดอยแต่ถ้าคู่แข่งเจอผมรับรองว่ามีหงอยแน่นอนครับคนนี้คือ e-word god coot ตำแหน่ง attacker และเป็น in-game leader ฉายาของเขาคือจอมโจรคูดชอบหยิบของเพื่อนกินชอบนอนแต่สำหรับเกมนี้เขาชอบเอาชนะคนนี้คือ e-word mochi อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์มีงานอดิเรกชอบเล่นกีตาร์ชอบท้าคู่แข่งและชนะได้ด้วยทำให้เขาได้ฉายาอุลตร้าแมนคนสุดท้ายคือ e-word get high เป็น attacker ของทีมไม่มีงานอดิเรกไม่มีฉายามีแต่คำว่าแชมป์ในหัวใจพวกเรา e-word Phoenix ฆ่ามาก็ไม่ตายล้มก็ล้มไม่ได้เพราะนกฟีนิกซ์เกิดใหม่ได้เสมอ
วัสดีครับ ผมโปเตเต้กัปตันทีม Arena ชีวิตผมดีมากอยู่แล้ว ไม่มีอะไรชิลมากมาย ผมเป็นหน่วยจู่โจมของทีม และชอบสร้างแรงบันดาลใจให้กับเพื่อนๆ วันว่างๆ ผมชอบไปเที่ยวชิลๆ ชมบรรยากาศ แล้วก็ชอบกินต้มยำกุ้งด้วย ส่วนนี้สมาชิกทีมของผม นี่คือ EA ออกัสตัวเต็งตำแหน่งแอคแท็กเกอร์ของทีม มันชอบโม้ว่ามีสาวมาติดเยอะ ทั้งที่จริงๆมาเล่นเกมกับผมทั้งวัน พวกเราเรียกเขาว่าอ้วนซ่าบ้าพลัง คนนี้คือลิมิต เขามีคติประจำใจอยู่ว่าอยู่นิ่งๆอย่าขยับ เพราะมือพี่จับสไนเปอร์ แน่นอนว่าเขาเป็นสไนเปอร์ของทีม เขาชอบบอกว่าทีมนี้พี่แบกเอง แล้วจะเล็งให้พวกคุณแพ้ เวลาว่างๆเขาชอบดูอนิเมะเป็นประจำ ส่วนนี่ชัดอัพเป็นตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ ถึงจะอ้วนซ่า พร้อมพาทีมไปคว้าชัยชนะ ถ้าไปถามอะไรเขาจะตอบว่าให้ชัยชนะมันพูดแทนดีกว่า EA Fixer ตำแหน่งชาร์เจอร์ กว่าจะนิ่งผมต้องซิ่งมาก่อน ชีวิตนี้ผมเกิดมาเพื่อซิ่ง แล้วดิ่งไปดูการ์ตูน ทีมของเรามีแต่หน่วยจู่โจม เพราะการป้องกันที่ดีคือการโจมตี ดังสโลแกนทีมว่าถ้าไม่บ้าไม่ใช่กระต่ายข้าง
สวัสดีครับ ผม FW อลงกรณ์กัปตันทีม FW Esport อยู่ตำแหน่งสไนเปอร์ ผมเป็นคนคิดแผนการเล่นเก่ง และแก้ปัญหาเฉพาะหน้า
Fire
Hai Thailand, waktu kalian telah habis.
Để trở thành nhà vua, bạn phải đánh bại nhà vua.
ระวังหลังของคุณ นี่คือบ้านของเรา
มิตรหรือศัตรูปลายทางสุดท้ายของเราก็เหมือนกัน
Phoenix never die.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, it's time, baby. Today, we find out exactly who is gonna be crowned the kings of Free Fire Southeast Asia. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio down here with Husky, your casters for the day, and we cannot wait to kick these matches off. 6 more games will decide exactly who conquers Asia.
Today, we rewrite history. There's a chance the trophy stays in Thailand but belongs to a different kings. We have one last ride, 6 rounds to find out who the champions are. And after yesterday, I think we have an inkling who that might be. But Free Fire is prone to miracles, and I still believe that a miracle might happen today.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about a team like EVOS Phoenix, the undying Phoenixes who never ever let the job go by the end of the day, regardless of how much they sleep at the start. They pretty much did that at the group stages, and guess where they ended up by the time the group stages came up to a wrap? In that #1 spot. They didn't have a massive lead, but that was the spot they ended up in. Today, in order to get that Husky, the journey is not going to be as easy.
Yeah, they have to repeat what they did on the world stage, but they have to do it 4 times more. That is not going to be a simple task. Maybe EVOS Phoenix can show us why they are the 2-time world champion. We will go back to these map rotations for one last time. Nothing changes. We still go to Bermuda as the first map. Afterwards, we head to Purgatory, then Alpine, then Nextera, then back to Bermuda, and we will play roulette for one last time, and then we'll find out who the champion will be.
Wherever we go, however we play this out in game number 6, it has to be a game of consistency for anybody that dare thinks that they can challenge E-Arena, who have been absolutely sublime thus far in the 2 days of grand finals. This is the overall standings thus far. 188 massive points on the first spot. Second behind them is Magic Esports, 30 points away from E-Arena. Morph Team is 36 points from catching up and beating E-Arena. You need that one additional point. EVOS Phoenix, the 2-time world champs, 61 points to go above E-Arena. And all of these numbers, Husky, means that they have to get that number more than whatever E-Arena can pick up today.
Absolutely. And for E-Arena, they have a cushion of an average of 2 games, right? Yesterday, they got 100, well, the first day they got 120. Yesterday they got 68 points. Slow down just a bit. But when you look at the head-to-head between E-Arena and the team in 3rd place, Morph Team, E-Arena leaps and bounds ahead. They are smashing it, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. E-Arena, 108 eliminations thus far versus Morph Team with the 71 eliminations. Morph does do better than them when it comes to the placement points, but there's nothing to scream about. Just literally 1 placement point better. But you can see the defensive gameplay, the number of glue walls used out there by E-Arena, always much more. They know how to skirt around you and protect themselves all the way to that final circle. But when you take a more detailed head-to-head by the players, Limit versus Susanna, the story seems so much more different.
Yeah, we saw Susanna up against, I believe, Nero from PE Sports head-to-head before. Nero wins out. And then you look at Limit against Susanna. Limit absolutely destroys Susanna. A lot of these ratios are almost twice as much if you look at what Limit has. Aside from rescue, but that doesn't really matter too much because you rescue more of your teammates, well, that means more points for E-Arena. But there's one guy that has been conjuring up a miracle, some sort of sorcery for GRC Aphrodite, and that guy is Fire.
Absolutely, man. Let's take a look at his character composition. Chrono to block off all of that damage and give you an extra bit of time to pick up whoever your teammate that gets down. Raphael, paired up together with that AC80. If you get that knock, that person's probably going to bleed out before they even know it. If you do not get a knock, just tagging that player once, the Awakened Moko allows you to get that extra bit of information so your opponent can run, but there's no way they can hide.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's see if the teams can hide from each other when it comes to Bermuda, because so far everyone has been ultra aggressive. PE Sports still leading the chart. You have more team and E-Arena close behind, and once more E-Arena, highest average eliminations, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. And there's just nothing that can stop E-Arena here, E-Arena now. In the group stages, they picked up a total of 154 eliminations, but that's not all about it, right? Let's take a look at the Rose video and see who wants to challenge them this time around.
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่ GRC ครับ GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
The equation first, Lee turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Lee do it? Max 7, he does. Mosley goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
I always believe in this very philosophical saying, AJ. If you are a hawk in the sky and all you do is look up, you would never notice who is below you. And maybe EVO's Phoenix might have to learn that lesson the hard way. They have no favorite players. They don't have anyone they look up to. But when you look at teams like GRC Aphrodite, you look at teams like E-Arena, they have a lot of idols, and those idols come from EVO's Phoenix, and maybe that is the extra push that these guys need to juice up their performance in the grand finals.
I love that saying, right? And at the very same time, if the hawk does manage to look down and it spots a prey, my oh my, you better run as quickly as you can, because that hawk will swoop down and grab you, not giving you any bit of room to live a single second more in life. As we head on into Bermuda, let's see exactly who swoops down and picks up the first booyah of the day.
So far in this grand finals, it has been nothing but full-on 6-gear action. So much hot drops, so many 2-minute team wipes. I wonder if that will still be the same when it comes down to the final days. At least for some of these teams, E-Arena, I personally think they will continue to be aggressive, rack up as much points as they need.
Yeah.
But for teams who are trying to catch up, maybe we will see a change of pace.
I love exactly how Magic Esports plays this. Dispatching all three of their team members on Sentosa, sending Saming away towards Kotatua to just play the game of revival in case things do go south. But since nothing does go south, Saming gets that extra bit of information on FW before he can turn around. FW on with those shots, needs to deal with Saming, who does strike so early on with the Mag 10 and says, goodbye, baby. I'm off to catch up with my friends.
And this is how you know Magic Esports did their homework. This is a very greedy spread that we see a lot from E-Arena in the first 2 days of the grand finals. They went unpunished most of the time, and that is how you see E-Arena are always geared up for those mid to late game fights, always getting multiple eliminations even though they don't get the booyah. This time E-Arena has control of the high tier loot zone, but they are near expand, and I believe there's also another team to the northern side of E-Arena. Let's see how they do with it. But for now, GD against Team Flash.
Magic Esports has the capability of overtaking E-Arena in that #1 spot.
Oh yes.
Providing they have a massive round in this game, and also providing E-Arena clunking out in the 12th spot. So obviously we're going to be keeping our eyes close on E-Arena if they do get involved in any early engagements momentarily. In the meantime, Genesis, Dogma, SF. This is a team that is not doing great, at the same time not doing too bad at all. They're 74 points away from that #1 spot. Genesis Dogma does have a little bit of promise, but I don't know if that promise is enough to give us the championship at FFSI.
Well, they will promise you one thing. They just won the fight against Bloody. That is 1 point. Just one minor tiptoe closer to that first place finish. But, you know, on average, if you are beyond 60 points behind the first place, you are in hot water, right? You need so much more work to be done, and that's where EVO's Phoenix are in right now. First Raiders Eclipse, they are literally at the doorstep of expand. This could be the first big fight.
if we think that EVOS Phoenix can do it, we definitely think Genesis Dogma can do it as well. But there's no room whatsoever for any mistakes out there on the battlefield. North meets the one and only Axel halfway through. I like the gun that is in the hands of Axel. He's got the Trogon, but North steps up with the Mag 7. Time turner already expanded by Axel. He pulls out yet another glue wall. North does not approach him from the bottom side of this hill, but he keeps up the elevation, throws down a glue wall melter, does not tickle Axel at all. Axel pulls out the M82B. Will North bring up a glue wall? Answers no. Guy has got no utility, but he's taking this fight up against Axel either way. And this AN94 is going to have an opportunity to take that shot, and Axel gets North either way. Lozzy goes down as well as Wes, the backup player from Expand, steps it up. And this is the day Expand needs to climb up, and they started off hot.
Yeah, they need 39 points to catch up with FW Esports, who are a spot in front of them. That is the opening you want to see. Meanwhile, EVOS Phoenix sustaining heavy damage against PE Sports. Two other members already on the ground. Jonah trying to hold on against Don't Cry, wins that one now with the Trogon, but the members of PE Sports piling in. Open the floodgates, baby. 3 members of EVOS Phoenix drop, and this is what PE Sports want. This is what E-Arena wants.
The Rush King of EVOS Phoenix goes down. Jonah, the king of Crash Talkers in FFSI. He could not back up the rest of his team members. In the meantime, Darkall found by X-Roy, M1014 Dispatch, and First Raiders Eclipse only have one more player left, just like EVOS Phoenix. Which one of these two teams will survive? Which one of these two teams will continue climbing? First Raiders Eclipse 4th from that last spot. You know they gotta hustle.
And DNP, he has a motorbike. He might be able to catch up to Moshi. And all he needs is to find him. And EVOS Phoenix run will be cut prematurely in this first round. Meanwhile, E-Arena about to take on their first challenger, SBTC, the team in 6th spot. Not the biggest threat, but E-Arena would take any point they can get. Shut up, taking damage already, has the time turner to keep himself safe.
Last player for, no, sorry, not last player. PE does manage to go in and mark Susanna. So Susanna is going to be in a lot of trouble. Morph team needs to keep themselves hidden away and make sure they've got the utilities to fight this back. Argus finds Brian. Artemis trades out Shut Up. It is a 1-for-1 so far. Hand with a Mag 7, manages to catch the back of Protede. E-Arena now down by 2 players. And this is the condition that we were talking about for MGE to take that number 1 spot. E-Arena to get taken out in the 12th spot, and it seems like it's gonna be super possible. Argus inside of the time turner. They dispatch SBTC to say, we are still alive. We want that number 1 spot.
And guess what, AJ? Vending machine and revival point right at their doorstep. E-Arena gets to revive the whole team. Well, just Protede, so they can go for the vending machine and leave the revival point for any necessary backup. E-Arena run still continues. 4 points to start it off. GD runs into their brethren, GRC Aphrodite, the most consistent team from the region alongside Morph team. But right now, GD decides, well, then we're not going to take this fight. We will back off. There's no need to get aggressive.
Full squad revival by First Raiders Eclipse, and they do manage to execute a bit of a revenge on Expand. Cobra has been taken out of the equation. As I say that, Axel does manage to shut one player back down from the side of First Raiders, and they go ahead and bleed out Lozzy. Souza goes in for the quick save. Roy down on the ground. Souza's going to dispatch him instantaneously. The rest of the players from the side of Expand say they do not want to deal with this. And the backup player of Expand, Zuez, he runs as quickly as his feet can take him. But look who's there to stop him halfway through. North drops. He does have the scope to take out Zuez from afar, but those buildings are going to provide the perfect cover for Zuez. But how long can he take this? 1v2, he must win this tough fight.
Yeah, the 5th player of Expand. This is where he really needs to pull a rabbit out of the hat. But I don't know, AJ. I don't know if he can do this. I don't have enough confidence. It's 1 against 3, and you have North leading the charge. The rest of FR are closing in. They're going in for the pincer. The crunch is going to be deadly. North already pushing in inside Lozzy. And Expand out again. The difference maker, just like yesterday, is the game of revivals.
They started off hot, but First Raiders Eclipse slapped them back onto the ground. Don't float up too high. The game of arrogance just will not work at FFSI. That rhymed by accident, but I'll run with it.
I mean, it's hard to float high if you are when you're only 48 points. Okay, this is, you know, punching down on someone who is already down.
To be fair, First Raiders Eclipse did not poke the hornet's nest. It was Expand that tickled them.
That was fair.
And
that's fair.
I think, unfortunately, I have learned from the mistake of Expand. Clearly, Expand has not learned from the mistake of Expand. Go in, quick hit, run away. You do not need to finish off the squad. You just need those points. You need to focus on the circle. Need to focus on looking for some defensive positions. There's no time for lecture right now. Let's continue in here with the game. Team Flash circling around the perimeter. They are about to come across Genesis Dogma, PE Sports, just outside of Peak as well. And they've got a good defensive compound to work with. The only team in this trifecta that does not have a great position is Team Flash, but they do have the dip in elevation of that hill that they can use to back away and cut the line of sight. FW joins the fray as well. This just is about to turn messy. All you need is for one team to open fire and the other two is going to be thinking of swooping in as the third party, but I doubt they know there's 4 teams here.
Team Flash have essentially ran out of options. With FW coming in, Team Flash are trapped in the open. Good news is they get to sort of gatekeep FW because the circle is within Team Flash's control. But it's easier said than done because FW will have so much time to plan this out, and Team Flash not only need to worry about this incoming push, they also have to be careful about PE Sports. They also have to be careful about GD.
Yeah.
Both teams which I think are still hidden.
PE Sports, they have a possibility of shutting down Genesis Dogma here, but a premature attack on Genesis Dogma will leave them wide open to annihilation in the hands of FW or Team Flash, whoever who wins this gunfight now. Alongkon will hold that back line to make sure he backs up the rest of the team members. Yanbin sees one quick grenade and he will pop the time turner. Boonjame goes down, a headshot out of nowhere. Ripgod circling around the boulder, trying to look for a little bit of access here. Parafal in hand. Chai C sends out one quick grenade. Grenade does not connect. Chai C, grenade launcher. This can make the difference, but the Steffi popped already. Chai C does not have an opportunity. Yan Bin backs away from the Steffi and he does get popped. Bloody from afar. AC-80. Shin backs him up as well. Chai C turns the corner. You need to pop this. And he does. And he just shoots it a little bit too far. Bloody backs away. One more shot needed. And the mini Uzi does the deed.
Yeah, they have opened Pandora's box. GD is watching this closely, but good news for FW is that they're winning the important fight. Bloody goes down, Shin last man standing. Was able to only grab one of the members from FW, but he's gonna get pushed in by all 3 members. Shin looking for a clutch. Chai C down low, but Shin can't do enough. Team Flash out in 10th.
Oh my goodness, that was so close, man. M1014 going up against the mini Uzi. How in the world did the M1014 not win that fight? I don't know, but Chai C, the champion in that engagement. You bring in your 5th player sometimes. He just happens to be the supreme superstar. E-Arena, 4 eliminations already. GRC better be ready.
Oh, they better be. GRC needs to have a good round to even have a chance to catch up. And if they bomb out right now, I think you can see that star basically fizzle out in terms of its brightness. FW though, I told you they are being observed by GD, and now GD goes in for the easy cleanup. Gimei low, down low, instantly dropped by Dells. The last man alive for FW, running for the hills.
FW doesn't have a defensive compound to work with here. Boonjame outside of the circle, M1014 in hand. I don't know exactly what secondary weapon he does have. He's got an assault rifle, so this should help him keep the forces of Genesis Dogma away. But Genesis Dogma is not playing for measly points off of Boonjame. They don't care if or not they get a team eliminated from the battlefield. They just want to look for a defensive circle, which I'm a huge fan of in terms of setting yourself up for victory. EVOS Phoenix, no eliminations just yet. They're not going to mind, but Don't Cry is about to cry.
Oh, Don't Cry going on a very dangerous scouting mission. He is going to get swarmed by the entirety of EVOS Phoenix. The full team of EVOS has been revived. Get High starting it off with a very, very far ice grenade lob. Mini Uzi in hand also. Glue wall melter out just to make sure all those defensive structures get melted from the side of PE Sports. Already is taking some damage. They use the cluster. Don't Cry gets pushed. Does have backup from up top though. Nuke and Nero helping him out. Don't Cry puts down the campfire just to regain some of the health. Already out in the open. Gets sprayed. Don't Cry still survives. And that is important. He can win this against already if he just go for the swing right now. Nuke helps him out. EVOS Phoenix losing their initial member, but DNP gets traded back courtesy of Jonah. Get High goes in for the push. Don't Cry finally down.
Don't Cry starts to cry, but he has already done enough so he can console himself. Naro says, goodbye, people. Points enough for us. A couple of knocks so that we can survive is more than good enough. We do not want those elimination points. Morph Team drops by. Morph Team can finish off EVOS Phoenix if they want to right here, right now. But EVOS is already fully recovered. Circle's going to pressure EVOS directly towards Morph Team. Moshi goes down. It's the one and only Susanna. Parafal in hand. Koja alongside Ma'al. They're going to flank on from the left-hand side. Get High stuck outside of the circle. Brother can't do much.
He has no glue wall, AJ. It does not matter. He has 11 medkits, 0 glue walls. He has to tank this blue zone and pray that somehow he sneaks through. Jonah, he's standing still. He also has a plethora of medkits, EVO's Phoenix gets to live on for a bit longer, but this round is getting harder and harder for them. Not much space to go for any revives, and you have all these teams guarding the circle.
And you also have E-Arena heading towards the 5th circle as well. If they can get a booyah right here, right now, it'll be one of two that might just guarantee them the #1 spot at the end of FFSI. Argus down on the ground. They take on FW this time round. Limit, very low on HP. Make that 3. Can he survive? Yes, he does. Boonjame out of the equation. He erects a quick glue wall to barricade himself in and just to patch himself up as well. E-Arena needs to be careful because here comes now the first Raiders Eclipse.
EVO's Phoenix wiped out in 9th place. E-Arena very happy with the result, but they gotta deal with FR first. You have Limit holding the front. Clutch God, CQC expert of E-Arena. Pressure from multiple angles. Darko gets the finisher. 2 last survivors from E-Arena running away, but there's not much space left to work with.
Vending machine held on by First Raiders. E-Arena cannot go for a revival. Therefore, they back away from that compound. They find a different defensive spot for themselves. Alongcon and Souza both bleeding out. Gemelo should be able to eliminate Souza, bring Alongcon back up on his feet, and he needs to get that done right now before the circle starts pressuring them yet again. GRC, in the meantime, will deal with the forces of MGE. Craven is going to eat a quick grenade. Raz drops the campfire as well. PE Sports eliminated by E-Arena. In the meantime, GRC making quick work of the players from the side of FW as well.
Shut is sniping members from both Magic Esports and GRC, so this could just still be a winnable round for E-Arena. You can see that FR, they're desperately holding onto that vending machine. They don't want E-Arena to get the full team back, but they might be forced to abandon with all these teams pushing in. Raz, he's putting a lot of that suppressive fire onto more teams who have that high ground advantage, but the circle absolutely merciless, moves away from them.
This is where it's going to be very important for you to not prematurely pull out that active skill. You need to use that for the final battle. Ma'al, he does not have the capability of bringing that Skyless power out right now, so Riptide Rhythm is on cooldown. But Genesis Dogma still win that out because the players of Morph Team already abused their active skills a little bit too early. North goes down, Protete with a headshot. He doesn't get taken out of the equation just yet, but Faiz might be able to do quick work of Dark Hall. There's no angle for him to work just yet.
E-Arena pushed in and brought back the other 2 members, and with them knocking down the members of FR, the members who just revived can just grab their equipment. This is the best case scenario for E-Arena, but they gotta win this though. Shalab and Orgus taken care of very swiftly. E-Arena back to 2 surviving members, getting pushed from multiple angles. North is dead. Protete in a 1 versus 2 can win that one. All down to Limit to clutch this out. He can still save the team.
Circle tags him up just a tad bit, but that's most definitely gonna hurt. Limit circles around. Raz gonna meet Limit first. Raz does not respond, not losing his life. He patches himself up with the medkit instantaneously. Needs to look to the right. He finds Leem instead. Therefore, Limit is gonna survive a little bit longer. First Raiders outside of the circle alongside E-Arena. In the meantime, GRC going for yet another booyah. They will meet the players of Magic Esports.
And North actually went for the revive, but ends up getting knocked down by the blue zone. Thankfully, there's still one surviving member for FR to get some extra points. Limit left all alone. Del shooting Donbu from that high ground. Yoss in front with the grenade as well. Magic Esports under heavy pressure. Donbu gets naded by Yoss as E-Arena finally perishes to the blue in 5th place. GD coming in hot. Magic Esports completely trapped in a corner. An absolute fiesta right now. This is the meat grinder of Genesis Dogma. Leem cannot hold on. Gets bombed out by GD. Magic Esports also knocked out. GD against GRC Aphrodite with First Raiders Eclipse watching. Darko gets a snipe onto Dels.
Wargaze backs away. This is a smart play. Drogon pops all of those nades and they manage to get a double knock. GRC only with 18 DA to save the day, but the guy can't back away from his tight little corner, and it's gonna be a perfect booyah for Genesis Dogma unless First Raiders Eclipse get a clutch out of nowhere, but the guy barely has any gun. Dark Hall appears, but he gets shut down either way. A simple knock, but Genesis Dogma from Indonesia, we told you they needed 74 points, and they started the day by picking up their first 20 plus.
Baby steps for Genesis Dogma, but with this win, let's feel that some faith will be restored by the end of Game 1. Double-digit elimination with a booyah. But once more, you look at the leaderboard, you look at the teams that made it until the end. Well, I have bad news. E-Arena and Magic Esports still finished considerably strong enough to keep themselves ahead of GD.
But Genesis Dogma, they were just a stone's throw away. Sorry, not even a stone's throw away. Arm's length away from EVO's Phoenix on the overall leaderboard.
Oh yeah.
And with this booyah, they not only get close, but they do manage to climb over EVOS Phoenix. So this is going to be a big play for Genesis. If they can keep this up, then they don't really need to worry about the two-time world champs at all.
And after going through EVOS Phoenix, we're looking at the final hurdle, right? Can you overtake Morteam? Can you overtake Magic Esports? And eventually E-Arena? That will have to wait for the next few rounds, but GD making very calculated steps towards achieving that. I mean, GRC Aphrodite also had a pretty decent round, right? Top 3 finisher with decent amount of kills. They are also still in the race.
I think you hit the nail on the head when you said baby steps, right, Husky? You cannot really push for all of those 70 points straight up in one game. You need to take these calculated steps to make sure you play it safe and at the same time manage to back away with as many eliminations as possible. 11 eliminations and 12 of those placement points. Sorry, 13 eliminations and 12 elimination points. 12 placement points is super fancy for a total of 26 by the end of the day. They guaranteed beat EVOS Phoenix with their performance.
And when you put it into perspective, I believe E-Arena got 14-15 points, so GD only managed to cut that lead down just by mere 10 to 12 points, right? Still a big average that they need to close in, but if you're just purely talking about standings, I think GD has just given themselves a breath of fresh air.
And the fact is, today you only have 6 matches, so every single game counts. Every single tiny step up most definitely matters, right? All that remains now for a team like Genesis Dogma is to keep the consistency up if they want to get to the top. For a team like Expand, on the other hand, I thought today was going to be a day of recovery. Today was going to be a day, most importantly, for redemption. There were some glimpses of redemption at the very start, but unfortunately, they got kind of caught up in that fight against First Raiders.
Even when you put everything aside and you just look at Expand and the standings that they potentially have a possibility of achieving, you're looking at them needing to close a minimum of 40 points to even make it up 1 spot in the standing. That is a tall bar to clear. And when I say tall bar, it's pretty ironic because it's actually a low bar to clear. Genesis Dogma SF, on the other hand, well, they just found themselves a breath of life with 14 eliminations and a booyah to kick off the last day of the grand finals.
14 eliminations, 12 placement points for a total of 26. They're going to be absolutely delighted. And 26 points just means now they're around 40, 49, 48 points away from the #1 spot. Might seem impossible because a team like E-Arena currently holds on to that position, right? And E-Arena doesn't seem like they want to get dropped out of the competition anytime too early. They got involved in a very early scuffle, SBTC, and it just looked like SBTC was about to dispatch them when E-Arena just turned the tables instantly.
And E-Arena gives you a very stark reminder of how strong EVOS Phoenix's will of survival is, because that team refused to die until they get pushed like 1v2, 1v3, and they still finish in 5th place. That is very admirable. But for Genesis Dogma SF, they had a pretty good read on the circle, they had the high ground advantage, and at the very end, it's just the flurry of utilities that they have, in their arsenal that allow them to not only pressure teams like GRC Aphrodite, they pressure teams like Magic Esports on the low ground, but also allow them to get a pretty straightforward booyah.
This is your first seeded team out of Indonesia, and let us remind you, the storyline for Genesis Dogma to get into FFSI was not very easy. No. They scraped through in their group stages. They were dead last. They were 12th, and then in the grand finals, that #1 spot, they walked away. Now, this is a very interesting setup coming through from Kiki, Borges, Yos, as well as Dels. The Maro A124 Steffi as well as Chrono on the perfect combo out there on the battlefield. Maro, obviously, with the increased distance, you're going to be able to get that extra bit of damage. Raphael, you knock them down, they're going to bleed out 90% faster. And obviously, Kiki would love to use those snipers in that particular position.
But that also means that Genesis Dogma are sacrificing one active ability just to make this happen, right? High risk, high reward. But when Kiki get these snipes, it's a guaranteed knock. This is the first time we see something like this. I find it to be very interesting. But I do believe that if they can pull it off in these last circle fights, Kiki suddenly can contribute a lot more. But again, you're playing a very dangerous game.
Absolutely, man. Top 3 weapons once again. AC-80, M1014, as well as the Trogon. AC-80 has been the star gun from the group stages into the grand finals. In the group stages, this gun was pretty much your favorite, right? It was the #1 most popular gun, and it was also #1 with the most damage dealt out there on the battlefield. No doubt it's going to show up many a times in the grand finals, and it most definitely has so far.
Yeah, and towards the very end, the Trogon basically made a splash, right? We saw all these grenades being lobbed out. And for the match standings after match 1, Genesis Dogma SF gets 26 massive points. First is Eclipse with 18, GRC Aphrodite with 15, and look at who's behind them, E-Arena with 14 points.
FW Esports with a total of 10 in the 5th place. Magic Esports kind of clunked out early this time, but they did manage to pick up a total of 9 points for themselves, so they're going to be pleased with that. PE Esports with a total of 7. Morph Team with the exact same number as well down at the 8th spot. EVOS Phoenix bombing out in the 9th place. This is something I did not expect. Now, this is the moment where I'm expecting the 2-time world champs to start walking a little bit of all that talking, because Jonah has helped the team in doing a lot of the talking. Get High kind of joined him towards the end as well. But yeah, we want to see some action now.
We talk about this team being very good at recovering, very good at adapting.
Yeah.
But I think time is running out, AJ. In fact, I would dare say time has run out. If they have not adapted by now, we might not even see them catch up to the top 3 spot. But for GD, on the other hand, when you look at the literal meaning of Genesis Dogma, the birth of a new belief, the birth of a new faith, I think they're letting a lot of people have faith in them. We're starting to believe a little bit more if you're an Indonesian fan.
If you're an Indonesian fan, you definitely believe from day one. They are your number 1 seeded team for a reason, right? And the fact of the matter is, if you did not believe what they did in their grand finals, I have no idea exactly what you're on. You are crazy, because this team believed in themselves. Once again, scraped through 12th spot. They almost got relegated. They almost did not make it to the grand finals. They went into the grand finals. They trashed the other teams, and they got that number 1 spot. They deserve more than belief. They deserve respect. And out there, they're commanding it. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, the grand finals continues.
Player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already, lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Moshi goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแปดครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับเก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evos, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
kau hampiri kejayaan,
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport, are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the good pass. Rip got out. Team flash out. JR
ก็ฝากถึง X-Pan นะครับ I love you X-Pan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh. Ya kalau buat gua sih player-player sekarang ya emang udah.
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing goal.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
Jersey, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลยอะ
ไม่รู้จักแต่กู
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Mosley goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over.
favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gue banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่ GEC
The equation first. Leap turns around. Nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7. He does. Moshi goes down. And GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับ ก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับ ทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแปดครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là chất.
Mình khá vui và tự tin, mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
sự đoàn kết.
Mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan, vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan. Kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the Kumpas. Rip got out. Team Flash out. GRC
ก็ฝากถึง X-Pan นะครับ I love you X-Pan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
คม
ตึง
ความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญของผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับที่ได้แชมป์โลก3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh.
Ya kalau buat gua sih player-player sekarang ya emang udah
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing blow.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, get obat.
GRC win.
chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับ
ยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวีค 1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวีคที่ 2ได้ครับ
Genesis Dogma SF kicked off the final day of the grand finals at the FFSI 2023 with a booyah. But is it enough though, AJ? Because I'm still believing in the Rave Rabbit religion.
I don't know if or not I believe in the Rave Rabbit religion, triple R's, but what I do believe in is that the other teams still do stand a chance. I mean, obviously Magic Esports, the closest one to them, they will be able to do it as long as they keep up the consistency. Clearly they show that they can, and all they need is for E-Arena to have a bad day. And now, if they cannot hope and pray for anybody else to do it, maybe they just want to hot drop E-Arena themselves.
That could be a possibility. So far, E-Arena has won majority of the hot drops though, so that is something teams need to consider. We go to Purgatory, we look at Evo's Phoenix, we look at Genesis Dogma, we look at Magic Esports as the top 3 most efficient team on this map. But realistically, only Magic Esports has shown utter consistency alongside more team, GRC and E-Arena.
I think push comes to shove, and it has come to shove at this point of time where we only have 5 more games to play. E-Arena better watch their backs, especially at the very start of the game, because some teams will come for blood, some teams will come for the elimination points to be claimed upon their bodies being sent back to the lobby, mainly because if they do not do that, that number 1 spot, that $100,000 just not gonna be available for the rest of the teams. So push comes to shove, it is shove, and they need to get super aggressive. MGE, I believe, is heading straight towards Ski Lodge. They want the firepower and the weaponry as well as all of the utilities to sustain them as they head into that final battle later.
If I expand, Cobra out, too fast in. So this is the first time I think we see Expand play without Cobra.
Yeah.
I think we'll definitely see a dynamic shift when it comes to those CQC. I don't know how much that would matter, but I want to see where they drop. Because normally Expand would go to peak. In this case, they choose the center of the map, Brasilia, which is where PE Sports likes to lurk around. E-Arena heading down south all the way to Lumber Mill and Fire Brigade, where Team Flash, they will kind of share a bit of that island with them.
Flash, First Raiders Eclipse, FWE Sports, as well as Expand, they've been having a terrible run in the grand finals thus far, with Expand having the shortest end of the stick. Now, I don't know exactly what happened to these teams because in the group stage, they showed us many a moments where they were able to rise to the occasion, grab multiple booyahs for themselves. But now, it's just pretty much a flat performance over the 3 days. Hopefully, we can see a little bit of improvement in here today. EVOS Phoenix getting aggressive from the very get-go. Moshi with a long flank around that right-hand side, using the elevation of that hill to block those shots. But he did not see that coming. Kiki with a Mac 10 blazes him down. Get high now, stops by, and he gets tagged up by the Homer. And Kiki, even after getting tagged up by the Homer, still goes out for the annihilation and gets his head popped off.
And Borge is gonna be shot, but not enough damage to take him down. And can I just say, Kiki, put on his dancing shoes today. He sidestepped the initial shot from Moshi to take him down. And that is what I call just great 1v1 dueling prowess from Kiki. This guy has been really showing up.
And it was a great, smart idea by Borges. He was backing up Kiki and instantly he goes in, he pops his A124, disables all of the skills from the side of EVOS Phoenix, now forcing EVOS Phoenix to run away with their tails tucked between their legs. Already gets taken out of the equation as well. And the clutch god, the god of trash talk, Jonah, has been forced to run away and is potentially going to run straight towards Morph Team. Now, he's going to, of course, stop by Golf Course here. Morph Team was heading his way. He needs to clear the perimeter first, make sure nobody is in or around this area before he does anything. He does have that chrono on him, which is going to buy him a lot of time.
Oh, no.
Guy goes past Golf Course and just as anticipated is heading straight for the compound of Morph.
He might get knocked out very soon. Depends on whether they see him. And Jonah is bare naked. He has nothing, literally nothing on him. And he's just going to run straight into Ma'au, who is already geared up. Ma'au hears that footsteps also. Uh-oh, Jonah. You only have that much ammunition to work with. Ma'au goes for the swing. Jonah needs to win this 1v1. Guo drop down. Jonah recovers a bit of health. Any remnants that he has, Campfire helping him out. Jonah needs to somehow make it out of this compound with his life. Mini Uzi in hand. This could be the final stand.
He's already used the time turner, so Jonah does not have any active to pop. He needs to waste about 70 seconds before he can use it once again. Ma'al with the M1014, one of the most lethal weapons capable of being brought into a battle in the current meta. Backup has been called forth already. No. 2 players from the side of Morph Team circling around. Susanna has got the exact same gun as Ma'al. Ma'al hears those gunshots and EVOS Phoenix gets put out of the equation and they trade each other out.
It's not every day you see this. I'm going to hold that thought just for a bit. New K finding Too Fast out in the open. Expand already scattered before the fight even begun. So not that fight to begin with. PE Sports with the 3rd kill. But yeah, it's not every day you see or you even hear the sentence of EVOS Phoenix not just having a bad game, not just having a bad day, having a bad grand finals.
Oh, I thought you were about to talk about something else. I never thought I would see the day where 2 players trade each other out without the involvement of a grenade. Because a grenade will take some time to travel through the air, so one player could toss it first, and then he gets shot down, grenade connects later on, and then of course you got them trading each other out. But both those players had weapons, right? M1014 going up against, I believe, a mini Uzi. And let us not talk about the team that just got eliminated because I have no idea what's going on there. But E-Arena, as they continue on in, let's see if they can now give us a highlight moment as well. Because even though EVOS Phoenix did not win that gunfight, I'm going to recommend that for the highlight reel. Them trading each other out is a golden moment you do not see every day.
That's a bonus clip. You know, like those Wild West where both of them just pull the trigger at the same time? Yeah. Reminds me a bit of John Wick 4. But that one has a bit of a... If anyone hasn't watched it, I'm not going to continue with this conversation. But you should watch it. It's a great movie.
I stopped watching John Wick after I started watching the second movie and I was like, it's the same storyline. It's just more of the guy fighting. So John Wick 3-4, unfortunately, I just haven't gotten that.
Morph Team has just got to Team Flash. They did take out Bloody and Team Flash now completely locked out of this bridge. They have to find another way across.
Ma'al circling around. Team Flash has got no time nor the capability to stay around and play with any teams. Team Flash is currently 2nd from last. They're the only one that they do have an advantage on is Team Expand, who just got knocked out in the 11th spot. So,
hey, stop it, AJ.
What? No, it's facts.
It is facts.
I've got facts. So unfortunately, I mean, obviously, we expect more from certain teams, but it is what it is. Ripgod stops by halfway through. Morph pulls out a triple glue wall, barricading themselves in. That's going to give them a tad bit more time. Susanna, M1014, turns around. Shin goes down as he steps out in the wrong place. Pew backs him up with the Trogon as well. Now Morph Team trying to hunt down the rest of the players from the side of Team Flash. Steffi gets popped, but Nate comes looking for him. Pew runs away, but it is the one and only Yanbin that manages to dodge all of those shots. Ripgod shows out of nowhere, drops Susanna down on the ground. Pew still can't find the player. Yanbin survives, and Koja does manage to knock him down onto the ground as well. Ripgod shuts down Koja. Back and forth we go. Team Flash unbelievably still survives this, but as I say that, they get cursed and taken out in the 10th spot.
Meanwhile, FR, they're going to take on E-Arena again. The sworn nemesis in this entire tournament. Shut Up goes down first. Losty gets traded back. Soza has a name. Lands it onto Potato. EA losing 2 members already. August as the homer turns the corner, looking for Souza, not enough to take him down just yet. Backup comes in, Darko by Souza's side. August needs to somehow win this, but doesn't have enough firepower. Limit is there though. Maybe Limit can save his teammate once again. Darko goes in for the revive onto Souza and finds that, and Limit realizes that this fight has just ended. He needs to start running.
Smart play by Limit. It's a 1v2. Darko's going to flank from the right-hand side. I believe Souza's going to flank from the left. There's no point trying to eliminate Orgus and Protete. But he goes ahead and does that either way. Kiki, AWM in hand, goes out for the hunt onto Artemis. Souza really wants those elimination points, doesn't he?
Just to make sure. We've seen a lot of steals this finals, this entire tournament, honestly.
Yeah.
For some reason, you will get shot by 20 miles away, and you'll be like, wow, I worked for all of that, and I
But
get
the man
nothing.
was standing right beside him. And the guy was crawling on the ground.
It happens, man.
He just used one bullet, but he says, no, I want to get the grenade for the elimination point.
Oh, that was just because he bled out. Don't worry, he didn't expend a second grenade. I can guarantee you that. I can also guarantee you that SBTC is going to have a slow game.
The Homer, Genesis Dogma. And you gotta love the Homer, man. Even if someone's in a vehicle, Homer's gonna find you.
You know that drone is like advanced technology when it is not just accurate, it swerves around a corner pretty precisely and it can catch up to a vehicle. Limit is in a pretty nasty spot. Thankfully, he was able to somehow sneak past that one guy from NGE, so he keeps on going, but no revival points nearby.
The circle's not going to hurt him at all. In the meantime, FW Esports taking on PE. PE has found a defensive compound to work around with. Boon James spots out those players. I believe the R1 was popped as well, so he does acknowledge 4 players that are standing right in front of him. Information sent back to the rest of the FW players who take control of the second floor of this house just to get themselves that higher elevation as well as the line of sight towards the PE players who are approaching their defensive compound little by little. But no, they actually turn tails. They want to back away. Smart play by PE.
Just discipline from PE. There's no need to take these fights. I mean, they're deeper in the circle, right? So don't need to put yourself at risk. And you look at this that bird's eye view, you have Magic Esports on the far eastern side, but overall there are so many compounds for these teams to work with, and FW will, if anything, FW will have to push into them.
I really like what First Raiders Eclipse did there. They could have gone in hunting for the final player from the side of E-Arena, but they didn't focus on just measly points. They were just focusing on getting into a better defensive position for themselves. They go ahead and loot up one of the defensive spots out there. They kind of slate 7 players. They find a bunker halfway through. They stop by. They know they can skirt around the circle, which is pretty slow. So very smart decision-making from the side of First Raiders. But will that be a high price to pay a little bit later on? 2 players have been brought back in here by Limit. In fact, 3 full squad revival by E-Arena.
Not much space for them to work with because the circle is just unforgiving. This is the... funnily enough, this is the most brutal circle in the entire tournament. And it happens to be on Purgatory. I'm not sure how far EA can go, but if they survive again, I mean, you gotta really respect that willpower, that perseverance. FW finding PE Sports in their scopes again. They do make it into the circle, just barely at the corner, as EA finds themselves trapped between PE and MGE. But MGE, oh, they are hungry for some kills.
Oh, absolutely, man. They want to find a better defensive spot for themselves, and unfortunately, E-Arena is in their way. Wasana drops by. M1014 gets tagged up by the Homer, but he don't care. M1014 still is going to obliterate all of his opponents. Shut up from the back. Craven, Argus found as well. 2 players dispatched, and the rest of E-Arena just not here. MGE would have loved the opportunity, though.
Yeah, it's hard for E-Arena to do anything at this point. They will have to play a slow game, and losing 2 members means that slow pace in Game 2 continues for E-Arena. They just cannot do anything. But Magic Esports, you got those 2 kills off of E-Arena, you're happy, but now you gotta somehow find a way to push deeper into the circle, which is guarded by PE Sports.
FW spotting out the players of First Raiders Eclipse. Boon James flanking from the left-hand side. North has been spotted out by Alongkon, sent out a homer, slows down the players a tad bit, and they cannot respond. On top of that, the rate of fire is lower as well. FW has got the advantage here. Morph teams Ma'al from the back. AC80 can go in here for the pop. Nazi down on the ground, and it's gonna be the finisher onto First Raiders Eclipse. But one final player, North, hides behind his glue wall. Time Turner popped out as well. Ma'al can pressure him, but Ma'al is being pressured from across the waters as well. The rest of Morph team goes in for the shutdown. North taken out of the equation as well. GRC hops on in to find Genesis Dogma, but First Raiders Eclipse, do they have another survivor out there, Husky?
I believe they do not.
Because I didn't see the elimination plate, so they...
Maybe they do. Maybe they do. But, props to Chai-C though. This guy landed 2 good frag grenades.
Yeah.
To basically shut down FR in the engagement. More team, they have, I believe, 8 eliminations, but now they got 6 eliminations, sorry. But they have to find a way to make it into the circle. This is a tough one for them, right? They are in contention for first place. Potato gets a revive onto August. SBTC knocked out by GD. E-Arena is still in this fight.
Great play by Ma'al. Forces Chai-C to recover outside the circle. Gemelo as well, going to take a couple of pot shots more at him. But it's not the time, and Boonjame gets the perfect revenge. Fantastic play with the SVD from afar. E-Arena back in the game. Argus recovery. Limit as well. They back away. But Protete and Limit has been found. It's Borges. He gets the double shot. And Borges is going to be able to eliminate Argus as well. He just needs that to be on point. Argus going in for the pickup. Protete expanded. Borges getting all of this done on his own. Genesis Dogma, talk a little bit about some aggression.
Absolutely. 3 kills out in the open. E-Arena, bare naked, nothing in their inventory. No weapons, no good armor. But the most important thing is E-Arena, they are still in this round. Placement points for E-Arena has never been so much more important. They don't even need to get much points. They just need to make it far enough to keep that lead for themselves. Now they're going to get rushed by MGE. Let's see if August can pull off a literal miracle against the full team of MGE.
I'll be shocked if he does. But up on the roof, Chai-C drops by and he says hello to the players on the side of PE Sports. Has got the throw gun in hand. Don't Cry just behind the wall. Nero turns his back towards him, but a great blue wall pulled up by PE Sports to keep FW on the other side. That's going to help them recover just a tad bit, but Nero still manages to go down. A pop from the throw gun, just too much to deal with. A long con traded out by Don't Cry. PE Sports manages to get one back. Boonjame finds DNP. Don't Cry executes the player. He did manage to get the drop on. UK flooded in. One player in. Tries to get out of the window, but pulls out a glue wall to protect himself. A double glue wall to play it, and he gets out of the window. FW has time to recover, but PE Sports can pick up their players.
UK got saved by one rogue time turner from FW Esports. Not sure if it matters too much. Apparently it doesn't. Thanks to the Trogon from Boonjame, so UK does go down. Took a lot longer than they definitely would have wanted. 6 more teams remain. One of them is still E-Arena. August hiding inside the Arsenal. Outside of the circle this time, but again, he is just biding his time, running out the clock. GD, on the other hand, taking care of business. GD getting the booyah is still inconsequential at this point of time, but they're racking up the points. 12.
Moth is out. E-Arena still playing the game of survival. Like we talked about, all they need is the placement points. They can play this as safe as possible and still be the champions by the end of the day. But Genesis Dogma making a lot of noise on this final day. GRC Aphrodite still alive and kicking as well. Fires from up top. Does manage to get a quick knock. Borges does find one for himself as well. But Donbu, can he get picked right back up? Wasana's trying with the RGS to flush out everyone from their house, but nobody's home on that second floor.
Look at that, GD. They're playing this so smart, so far away. Nothing can be done. But GD will need to run in pretty soon because the circle will close in right now. MGE, can you somehow get rid of GRC Aphrodite? I mean, FW is also a part of this.
Yeah, smart place.
GD running around the corner. This could give them basically a good vantage point.
Absolutely, man. Back-to-back booyah for the Indonesians. The first-seeded team out of Indonesia might just be able to pull this off on the grand finals day. August finally steps out of his hiding. Now going to be pressured by the circle as well, and then quickly expanded. The rest of the players on the other side will be trying to look for the players of Genesis Dogma, but MGE has got their hands full with GRC as well as FW.
Yeah, GD, 13 kills, going for more. Meanwhile, the other 3 teams are just preoccupied with one another. Yoss putting in the pressure already. Chai-C, another grenade! The golden arm of FW, making it big time. MGE out in 4th. But FW and GRC, they don't have the full squad and they are under heavy fire from the side of GD. We might be looking at another rebirth of Genesis Dogma. They did the same run in their local grand finals, and here they are again looking for the second booyah. Chai-C goes down to his own trip mine at the worst possible moment. GD springs the full assault. This is the push that they need to look for. Kimelo trapped behind the glue wall. Blue Zone tanking his health pool. Nothing much left in the tank. GRC Aphrodite, 3 men left alive. Fires on the roof, looking for a drop down. The other 2 pushes out straight into GD. Borges down low, still alive. Borges over the fence, finds 18 deer. Raz finishes off Gmelo. FW is out. GRC left with just 1 man standing. And Genesis Dogma SF clocks in a second booyah.
Back-to-back, baby, for Indonesia. This is why you cannot underestimate Genesis Dogma. They did it in their local circuit to qualify for FFSI, and oh my lord, they are doing it all over again. This was surely planned, and Borges the MVP for the second match. They got a total of 26 points in game number 1. They picked up massive number of points, close to equal to that 26 in the second game as well, I believe. And there's just nothing that can stop them at this point of time. But E-Arena, you gotta love the fact that they survived for so long.
6 placement points, I believe. They got knocked out in 5th place. Not the most, but still enough to keep them in the lead just for a bit longer. I said a couple minutes ago, GD, the points that they get, not as significant as More Team, GRC Aphrodite, or Magic Esports. But if they're clocking in 25, 26 points every single round, oh, we gotta include them in the conversation. And remind me how much points they win over First Raiders Eclipse in the Grand Finals again?
Quite a number.
2-3 points is less than 10, right?
Yeah.
The margins are so small. You might be looking at the repeat of that, AJ.
Here's the problem. The problem is the top 5 teams in the overall leaderboard in the Grand Finals were in that final circle.
Oh, yes.
If you already have the people who have been bringing in the consistency, continuously bringing the consistency, the rest of them who are hanging on in the back, they're not going to stand a chance, man. And you know, if you don't want the number 1 spot, if you cannot pick up that number 1 spot, it doesn't mean that the run is all over. You still have got a decent prize pool to pay for. Every single rank will make a difference for you. Every single match matters.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, I believe, the very first time that we see in a Grand Finals in such a grand setting that you not only have 1, 2 teams that are consistent, you have 4, 5, 6 teams that are incredibly consistent. This has exceeded what we saw in Bangkok last year, where you only have 2, 3 teams who are really doing well. You have K from Brazil, you have Evo's Phoenix, and that's pretty much it, right? It was a tug of war between them. And also, I believe you have Nigma Galaxy from Thailand. But right now, we have double that amount of teams who have been performing consistent in the Grand Finals, and it's across 3 days instead of 1.
Absolutely, man. And there's just no way you could have made these predictions from the group stage purely alone, because some of the teams that were blazing up in the group stages are just not showing up here today, right? PE Sports, First Raiders Eclipse, they had a fantastic run in the group stage. But at the Grand Finals, they just seem to be having a much tougher time. Evo's Phoenix, who managed to rise back up to the occasion in that number 1 spot by the time the group stages ended. Oh, they thought they could make a final second run, but I think that might just be all over now.
It very well could be, right? Anyone who is still huffing their copium, I think it's time to kind of switch that oxygen tank, because you have another team that you need to look out for, Genesis Dogma SF, making a quick name for themselves in the last day of the Grand Finals. Still a long road to go, but they're cutting down the distance by a very huge margin. And look at this game, a Booyah plus 15 eliminations.
Once again, they finished 12th in their local circuit for the group stage. They qualified for the Grand Finals, ended up being the number 1 seed. They actually won their Grand Finals in Indonesia.
Oh, yeah?
Got into FFSI. And our own group stage in FFSI, they were placed 11th out of 12. And now they are hunting for that second position potentially. Now let's look at the team cup this time round. It seems to have been fixed. A124, Crowder, Homer, as well as Steffi. They get brought in here, and we saw that A124 so effective earlier on in the hands of Borges when he popped it against, I believe, Team Flash.
Was it Team Flash? Yeah, it was Team Flash, right? It was lethal. There was nothing that Team Flash could do. Like, normally these kind of abilities, when you don't have much guns, much equipment to work with, and you can't use your skills, well, you are relying on raw power, and Borges is just so efficient in these CQCs.
And he did the exact same thing against Evo's Phoenix as well.
Oh yeah?
Popping that A124 for disabling all of their capabilities. He also saved Kiki with that exact same maneuver, forcing Jonah to run away. It was fantastic. Not only do they hunt down the 2-time world champs, they walk into that final circle, pick up the Booyah for themselves, back to back on top of everything else. This is a surprising run from Genesis Dogma, but not to the Indonesians.
Definitely, I think not just to the Indonesians, to everyone else that's watching, right? 12th place in the local circuit group stage, ends up winning the finals. 11th place in FFSI group stage, now chasing after E-Arena in the first place. I mean, this is also a team that when the crew talked to them, they were like, we didn't even expect ourselves to make it. And here they are, looking for a rerun of what they've done in the local circuit. It is just absolutely bonkers. Top 3 weapons, Trogon once more on the throne alongside the AC-80 and the M1014.
Day after day, I'm starting to fall in love with Genesis Dogma more and more. not because they are a great team, because they are a great team filled with humble players. They may say that they did not expect to get into the grand finals, but they knew it in their heart. They wanted it. They went out there. They gave us one of their best performances to get into the grand finals. They scraped on through, and here they are living out their dream all over again.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many things that you can kind of tie it back to, right? When you look at the match standing, you look at what GD has achieved for themselves, 27 points. That is a long mile ahead of what FW has achieved, 18 points. A long mile ahead of what GRC Aphrodite have gotten for themselves, 14 for them. More Team gets 11, Magic gets 10, P Sports gets 9. E-Arena still somehow having 8 points, most of them from surviving the round itself.
With just 2 games in hand, Genesis Dogma has managed to pick up a total of 53 points. And that is so massive, man. When we first started off the day, they were about 74 points behind the #1 seeded team in the third day of the grand finals, E-Arena. And if it wasn't for one decent round from E-Arena and the second average round, you would have seen that cut down drastically already.
I think even if that's the case, they still cut it down drastically though. You look at the overall standing, Genesis Dogma SF now in 4th place, 167. More Team barely ahead of them. Magic Esports only 10 points ahead of Genesis Dogma. This run is now very possible for GD. And can I just say that Indonesian scene in general has the craziest storyline? You have GD making their run domestically. You have GRC Aphrodite somehow making it into the grand finals and now placing themselves in 5th. This grand finals is not over just yet.
And this is why you should never ever underestimate any of the players out there. This is one of the highest levels of Free Fire being played professionally, and these teams are pretty much equally matched, right? They've all got the skills. The one thing that does make the biggest of difference out there is who keeps their composure and who has got the better strategy. Who knows how to back away from those battles when you need to. And we saw Genesis Dogma do that time and time again. We have seen E-Arena pull off absolute miracles time and time again, because it's not like they don't get into a gunfight and lose. They do, a lot of times. But that one final survivor that always sneaks away, continuously revives the squad, gets back in there.
Yeah, E-Arena still in the lead, but the race has just begun. We'll go to Alpine for game number 3, but that will only happen after this break.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วีคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Welcome back, survivors! This is the final day of the FFSI Grand Finals. The Fire SEA Invitational promised this great Free Fire action from day number 1, and it has not failed on that promise at all. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with Husky. We are your casters for the day, and we have been having absolute fun watching the rise of Indonesia in FFSI.
My heart is pounding. I'm biting my lips a lot more than I should. But for good reason, because Genesis Dogma are cooking something. They have something prepared in the kitchen, right? They cut down the lead that E-Arena had over them by, I would say, more than a half at this point. And if they keep this up, we might see another rerun of the Indonesian League. But GD, they cannot slow down right now. I think this is as good as it can get.
I mean, at this point, GD just needs to hope and pray that someone hot drops E-Arena and takes them out of the equation, because no matter how much good they keep doing, if E-Arena keeps up the basic practice of getting into that final circle, catching up with them is not going to be impossible, but it will stay a arduous task.
The question is, who is the most hungry for the championship title? E-Arena definitely have shown that prowess, that tenacity, that miracle run that you expect from the first seed of Thailand. And if anything, if you're the first seed of Thailand, that means you are, to a certain extent, technically a world champion, because you're forged in the strongest and most battle-hardened region. And right now, E-Arena, the distance that they have between them and Morph Team, GRC, Magic Esports, and GD is not as big as it was. They also need to step up.
EVOS Phoenix would definitely dispute that assessment. They would be like, excuse me, just because you win in the local circuit does not make you the world champ. We are the 2-time world champs. We gave you an opportunity that you took very well done. We will see what happens on FFSI. And unfortunately for EVOS Phoenix, they ran their mouths a little bit too early, because E-Arena is doing a lot on FFSI.
They're doing way too much. I mean, EVOS Phoenix, can you imagine them not...
How often do you see them going in here for the blue circle drop? They are desperately wanting this booyah, and good for them, because Alpine is actually their best map in the grand finals. They have dominated Alpine so far.
How many times you see EVOS Phoenix not even be in the top 5 on the leaderboard? Probably never, right? So that really says a lot. First blood already coming true. We have 2 teams duking it out. More team runs in to expand. Just a rogue scout, MGE against GD. That is going to be the highlight.
Yeah, this hot drop is not going to fare well for one of these 2 teams. And if it does not go the way of Genesis Dogma, the snowball effect of those 2 booyahs might come to a premature end. Let's hope and pray that that is not the case for the Indonesians. MGE will be looking to take the victory away from them. Obviously, they do not know exactly who is beside them. And MGE currently in the 2nd spot, 33 points away from taking that number 1 spot away from E-Arena. Genesis Dogma in the 4th place, 43 points away. Just like you assessed earlier, there's just 10 points difference between these 2 teams, and they're sharing the exact same compound. But surprisingly enough, Husky, no engagement so far.
Yeah, just a very chill, very slow start. You look at the top 5, the leaderboard, right? The current top 5.
Yeah.
Aside from E-Arena, everyone else is playing an international tournament for the very, very first time. A grand finals nonetheless. So you essentially have this veteran team leading the pack, but the teams, the rookies on the international stage, they're not too far behind, right? The quality of Free Fire in SEA has grown by so much, and you know, you again have to thank EVOS Phoenix for giving everyone the inspiration, for showing us how you can play at the highest level. Get high, finding 2 members of SPTC. Brian does get knocked down, and is about to get rushed by Jonah from behind. No way out.
No way out indeed. He was already low, trying to patch himself up, and Jonah shows up at the Mac-10, one of the most deadliest weapons out there on the battlefield. High rate of fire, not that great on the damage, but the rate of fire makes up for it. Now EVOS Phoenix needs to start running, because Team Flash flashily shows up out of nowhere. Ripgod leading the charge together with Yan Bin. They should be able to catch Moshi, and that's the worst player for the side of EVOS Phoenix for you to catch out. But Moshi turns the tables. He knocks Shin down onto the ground. Woodpecker straight to the head. That headshot is spicy, and he tries to catch up together with Jonah. Now Flash left with 2 more members on for the onslaught.
On the other hand, MGE against GD, that's about to kick off. E-Arena also nearby. Uh-oh, this could be very, very messy, as Proteine did absolutely stress Borges. Did not giving any room to breathe. GD caught off guard.
GD, you better back away from this compound right here, right now. Let E-Arena and MGE do the dancing if you want to reach up to the number 1 spot. You could say the exact same thing for MGE as well. In the meantime, Jonah and the Mac-10 continues to rip through Ripgod as well as Yan Bin. Nothing can stop EVOS Arena, not even a flashy team like Flash.
Yeah, nothing can stop Evo's Phoenix in the arena, that is for sure. The high tier loot zone belongs to them. Wasana kind of facilitating this retreat alongside Saming. Meanwhile, Nero and the rest of his team, New K with him, trying to get through FR. North gets knocked down. New K also. It's a trade from FR, but for First Raiders Eclipse, there's no one left. They have just pulled off a retreat, sacrificing North in the process.
FR has been having quite the tough time out there. So I say that they also lose Darkall. Fourth from last First Raiders Eclipse. I never thought I would see the day where First Raiders struggles this much and a team like GRC from their region rises up to the top with some spectacular performances here in the grand finals. But that is exactly what you should expect on a stage like this when there's so many pro teams out there who are pretty equal in stature. It's all going to come down to the strategies and the execution of those strategies by the time we reach the final match.
Yeah, I would say the Vietnamese teams have been struggling the most, right? Aside from, well, Expand, of course, but you look at top 5, first 2 spots are taken by the Thai teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th, while they're all Indonesian teams. And they don't include First Raiders Eclipse, which is the craziest thing.
Genesis Dogma got out of that hot fix, and so did MGE. E-Arena survives that, only losing 1 player. This is such a shocker for what just went down, right? And the only one to scrape away from that battle without losing a single player, being forced to play Revival, was MGE. But now, Genesis Dogma straight into the hands of FW. Not a team that they cannot handle, but you can never underestimate any of those teams out there in a position like this. Yos backs away alongside the one and only Dels, leaving Kiki all alone, and Kiki evacuates the position as well, and they do not want to mess with FW. They search for the circle, and that's a fantastic decision made once again by GD.
And they don't need to rush once more. This was like what we saw last game, where FW have to push in, and that was, instead of GD, we had GRC, we had PE Sports, excuse me, but they might run into this lone member of FW who just got revived, Alonkorn.
That was a terrible play on the Homer. Didn't need to pop it so early. He didn't really make much use of the passive out of that Homer as soon as the skill got popped. Nero, on the other hand, knows that trouble's looming just outside. Lozzy desperately trying to get through those blue walls. No M82B to back him up. Nero recovers. Drogon goes for the pop and drops Lozzy like he's hot. Perfect one for Nero.
Lozzy was never going to win that. He was just trying to see if he can get 1 free point. Unfortunately, too much blue walls for him to blow through.
I mean, Nero was like, yes, please take down these blue walls that I've erected. I do not want to waste my bullets.
Yeah. I am. You are trapped here with me, even though I'm the one surrounded by blue walls.
I know, right?
Pretty funny interaction. But thankfully, FR still had 1 guy left. PE Sports, in the meantime, have 6 kills as FW, well, not FW, just Alonkorn, finally found by Dels. That's a free point for GD.
And in a position like that, 1v1, this is where that Homer would have come in so handy. Alonkorn, that must have been a misclick because he just literally did not follow up with that Homer drone at all. Absolute waste. Advantage taken by Dels. Genesis Dogma with the first elimination off of that mistake. And now he tries to circle around to catch up with the rest of his team members, which he is going to be able to do with the vehicle. And unfortunately for FW, GD's heading straight for them.
You look at the circle, Evo's Phoenix, full control. Morty also guarding that southern side of Militia. E-Arena trying to get right in. Meanwhile, on the side of GD, well, they just ran into FW again. FW Esports exerting some sort of pressure and just executing revenge. Now they have a man advantage. GRC, in the meantime, runs into SBTC.
SBTC, Homer popped already, just slows down GRC for a tad bit. The Chrono's going to be popped as well, but a little prematurely. Those grenades do not get pushed off at all. Hand now. Good blue wall trying to cut down this distance between themselves as well as GRC, but Raz finds a shot from afar. Riot put out of the equation. A quick push coming through from SBTC. Fies tries to respond with the Drogon. Pops! Hand, and he just backs away instantaneously. Tyson super low. Needs a grenade, but it doesn't even need that as 18DA shows out of nowhere. And SBTC stood no chance against such a clean wipe and approach from GRC.
Yeah, no chance is definitely the right term. With Fires, that Trogon, the grenades, the chip damage onto SBTC just rendered them ineffective, incapable of taking that fight from the very beginning. So let's gonna hear that engine rev, DNP trying to drive away. Dave Souza will play the discipline game. He's not going to attempt this because he did not have any other teammates, so you gotta be staying still for this. GD, on the other hand, also left with 2 members. Morph team continues this slow round. there is one FW guy there. Oh wow, he's way up top.
It will be an impressive booyah if GD can pull this off. The back-to-back-to-back, but they are low in team members, and as anticipated, EVOS Phoenix finds it to be no problem whatsoever to skirt around Alpine. They've gotten a great position in this next circle, and as we saw, they were on the opposite side of the map, and nobody else there to challenge them.
Oh yeah, they are at Snowfall, right? They have full control of the circle. This is a bit of a mercy from the game itself. Just giving EVOS Phoenix some breath from
consolation points.
Yeah, well, if you want to put it that way. Well, I never thought you would use consolation prize against a team like EVOS Phoenix, but...
Two-time world champs picking up consolation points. That just goes to show that the competition has just increased in terms of level. It's not as easy just because you walk in here with some accolades that guarantees you dominance over some of these other teams who are equally as hungry and who have worked equally as hard.
Yeah, I would argue some teams are hungrier, right? Teams that, for example, have not won a single tournament, championship title, which is basically all of them, right? Except for EVOS Phoenix. Oh, E-Arena in the meantime finding GRC out in the open. August did get one initial knock. Liam bleeding out. But GRC, they have backup to try and bring Liam back up. No Raphael knock from E-Arena, so no hemorrhage for Raz. Back up on his feet. Fires though. Oh, he's gonna be down by Fixer. I don't think anyone can reach him in time. GRC gotta push to E-Arena.
Fixer recovers the little boo-boo there. He just now pulled up a glue wall accidentally, and that blocked August's line of sight. He was going in for the elimination onto his opponent, and 18 manages to go in for the pickup. But now Argus with the grenade launcher can do a lot of damage here. Tosses out a nice grenade, gets tagged up by the Homer. He and Fixer backs away, leaves Potato in here for that recovery, for that backup, but none of them want to stay and play. GRC will need to tank the circle as E-Arena abandons them.
Yeah, E-Arena have toyed with them enough, and now let GRC suffer the wrath of the blue as E-Arena. They head northwards, but I believe there's an arsenal there, so you not only get to have a temporary compound, but you also get to get some good arsenal. Don't cry though. Shoulder was showing as Boon Jane finds DNP with a grenade launcher. They will need to pick him back up very quickly. FR on the other hand also showing up, putting pressure on PE Sports. This is not looking good for PE Sports in any way. On the other end, we have the Alpine rivals, Team Flash against Expand, but E-Arena have to deal with GRC once more.
Expand cannot get taken out now because they will set a brand new record for a team to most consistently get taken out in the 11th spot. So please survive a little bit longer. That's not the kind of record you want to set. Axel comes through for that backup. Ripgod with the M1014. Axel pulls out the AWM. That's not going to work in a situation like this. Ice Grenade gets popped, and he does have a tad bit of a backup in here from Zuez as well. They circle around from the right-hand side. They find no players from the side of Team Flash, who evacuates the building and now holds onto the front of the side. And Axel tosses out a God nade, manages to get one knock. Too fast, bleeding out on the ground. Axel and Zuez need to circle around. M1887 in the hands of Zuez, but they just find no players from the side of Team Flash. Yanbin finds Axel. Zuez gonna be all alone. The 5th player for Expand now. The fate of the team lies on him. Do not give me this record of the 11th spot yet again.
You will have to pray for GRC to somehow ruin it. Zuez trying his darnest to survive, as in the meantime GRC also finding Kiki on the other end, taking on 2 teams at once. And Kiki surviving by a hair's breadth. Not for any longer though. The blue zone will take care of business. GRC don't get the point, but they definitely get to move on.
Genesis Dogma not going to find that back-to-back-to-back. In the meantime, Expand still surviving. I don't know how Zuez doing it, but the guy has managed to dodge away from all of the other players on the side of Team Flash and still play this game of survival. As I say that, he gets taken out. 10th spot at least. No record in the 11th. I'm happy with that. 18 Deer drops by. Trogon in hand. Bloody on the other side. Team Flash just got out of a crazy battle against Expand. Now facing off against GRC. Not exactly what they wanted. Liam, where are you going to launch yourself towards? Liam flies out, but he was very low on HP. And Liam, does he lose his life? He should lose his life.
It's debilitating. It all started with E-Arena, right? Forcing them to tank the blue, and they could never get past far enough to get into the circle. So that was just a very nasty way to get eliminated for GRC, but there's nothing much they can do about it. E-Arena, in the meantime, they're going to run into a more team, but you have Magic Esports right hot on their tail. So this is not going to be an easy fight for E-Arena, and they already lose one member, I believe. Morph team pushing forward, looking for Fixer, glue walls, they all getting knocked down. Potato finds 2! How is that possible? Susanna also goes down. It's Potato against the world. Morph team, can you still stay alive? Potato turns around, trying to pick up as much as possible. Fixer not going to be brought back up. Potato left to his own devices. EVOS Phoenix looking for some sort of retribution. At least it will be a 6th place finish if Forte goes out right now. This is the finisher that he could definitely hope for himself. It is still fine if you are E Arena.
Morph Team did a bulk load of that work, but it is MGE that cleans up the broken pieces off of the floor and takes out E Arena as well in that 6th place. EVOS Phoenix now heading towards the middle of this next circle. PE Sports gonna meet them halfway, and MGE gonna sprinkle their magic dust just outside of the circle and buy as much time as possible. Now you look at the dip in elevation there by the side of the hill. That's gonna break the line of sight. So PE Sports has got no view on MGE just yet, and as I say that, we get to see exactly what that looks like. So MGE is gonna stay hidden and safe until EVOS Phoenix finds PE Sports and challenges them. That's gonna give MGE that opening now.
This is MG's best chance to close the gap, right? Morph Team and E Arena, GD, they're all out. GRC also knocked out. They're the only team remaining in top 5 and they're in 2nd place. MGE playing it safe and slow as PE are able to recover their fallen teammates. EVOS Phoenix would be the final hurdle in front of them, but PE needs to turn their attention to MGE, and that's exactly what UK is doing right now. MGE splitting up their forces. Saming, he's ready to take these shots, and UK knows that he can't be in the open.
Once again, very smartly played by MGE, using the dip in elevation at the very corner of that hill. No line of sight for PE. PE chooses to abandon the engagement with MGE. They tried to test their luck a little bit, and now they just have to go in and face their worst fears. EVOS Phoenix stands right in front of them. But if they pull this timing off wrong, they're going to be hot in the battle with EVOS Phoenix when MGE shows up. MGE is already right at their doorstep already. DNP, too far away for that backup for the rest of his team members. And PE Sports finally does start engaging with MGE. Moshi takes out Saming. That's a turn of events that we did not expect.
Disaster strikes for MGE. Saming gets picked back up, but Craven needs time to get his health topped up as well. MGE, they're already in the circle, but EVOS Phoenix is pressuring them. Get High is flanking Donbu. Donbu has a grenade launcher in hand. FW out in 5th place. Saming shows up just for a little bit. Get High puts out his RGS 50. Wasana goes for the swing. Get High still somehow gets Saming, but Get High needs to survive this absolute crunch by MGE. Narrow finds Donbu on the side. MGE pressured by 2 different teams. Get High gets knocked. Already comes in, backs him up. Craven drops. So as the rest of Magic Esports. EVOS Phoenix still have 3, but Get High and already both go down to the play zone. Moshi might follow. PE Sports looking for a booyah.
PE Sports just about 8 points behind EVOS Phoenix, and it looks like they are going to use this match to launch themselves above EVOS Phoenix themselves. One more player alive and kicking as Moshi goes down. It's a 1v3. Crazy if you think that Souza is going to be able to pull this off, and he does have the charge buster, but just not enough rate of fire to put down PE Sports. The Vietnamese team rises up to the occasion just to see if they can sneak into the top 3.
Sighs of relief from PE Sports, but we have just passed the halfway point of this final day of the grand finals. 3 more rounds to come. PE Sports have a long journey ahead of them, but they did deny the teams they are gunning for the first place, right? They deny Magic Esports, also with help from EVOS Phoenix, but at the same time they also deny EVOS Phoenix for making it any further than them. This first place still firmly held by E Arena.
This is not the right analogy, but it's the crab story all over again, right? All the crabs in a small little bucket. Everybody wants to get out of the bucket. They don't want to get put into some hot soup, but they just managed to clip the feet of the other crabs who were slightly above them. PE Sports, they're not going to get the #1 spot by the end of the day, but they just helped out E Arena big time.
Oh yeah, you just drag everyone down with you, right? If the ship is sinking and you don't want to be the one that goes down, well, you drag the pirates down with you. But PE Sports, at the end of the day, did play a pretty phenomenal round. They were the only team alongside EVOS Phoenix who had control of Snowfall and the rest of their circle. Yeah. They had to jostle for it, and they had to worry about Magic Esports. They had to worry about, I believe, FW at one point, and they were able to pull through all of that with good planning. And when MG was pushing them, they completely backed off. They did not challenge Magic Esports at all, and they let everyone else do the dirty work.
And that was the decision-making that kind of brings teams like PE Sports up towards the top 3 spots, right? It's not just about picking up points, it's about putting yourself in the best defensive position so that you can aim for that booyah, and this is a very well-deserved booyah picked up for PE Sports.
Very, very well-deserved, and PE Sports, you know, they came into this competition again, right? When we go back and look at what PE Sports were less than half a year ago, this is not where I will expect them to be. I wouldn't even put them past the group stage, but here they are. I think it's fair to say that they might not win the whole thing, but they definitely have made a very good impression for the Vietnam teams.
And this is exactly why you don't give up too early in life. You never know exactly what hard work and determination can get for you. And if you really do the right work, you are going to be able to get everything that you ever want. But PE Sports, can this continue for themselves? Will they continue to rise up that leaderboard? We will have to wait and see. But for this game, they did phenomenally well for themselves. 14 eliminations as well as the Booyah for a total of 26 points in Alpine.
And so far, the Booyahs that we got today have averaged between 24 to 26 points. Two of them attained by Genesis Dogma and one by PE Sports. But at the end of the day, it's not the teams that you want to get the Booyah. It's the teams that gets the Booyah, and then you look at the overall leaderboard and you're like, wow, it's still fine, right? It doesn't threaten any of the teams ahead of them. The teams that are already ahead are still doing fairly well.
Let's see if or not we can see the team comp of PE Sports as well, to see exactly what managed to get a player like New K solid number of eliminations out there on the battlefield. It looked like he was running a pretty defensive setup here with its Steffi, Kelly as well as Luna, but Luna's fight or flight is just a two-pronged attack, right? You can choose to stay, you have that higher rate of fire, or you can choose to just move away from that battle. Worst case scenario, J-Beeps gives you that extra layer of armor, and the Awakened Kelly, as long as you've been sprinting for 4 seconds, the first shot out of your equipment gets you 106% damage. UK most definitely abused that.
Absolutely, and we are seeing Misha for the second time, right? If you're in a vehicle, it's harder to target, you take less damage overall. Not the most useful character, but in this sense, if you are focusing a lot on traveling, then sure, you can have a designated driver in the form of DNP. And let's take a look at the MVP of this match. It's going to be New K. You know, we've talked about him every now and then, but in this round, he finally was able to show a bit of his chops with the Steffi, and from all these long-range fights, right, winning it out when they needed him to do so.
Not a sniper setup in terms of the active and passive skills, but the SVD still the gun of choice for New K. Does bring in the R1 though, to give him that extra bit of information out there on the battlefield. And it's not always that you see New K rise up to the occasion and rip away this MVP from Nero, but Nero just sometimes needs to take the back seat, right? Nevertheless, he did bring in a lot of impact to that game.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you can't just have one star player. Everyone needs to be able to kind of rise up, step up to the plate when you need him the most. Well, the familiar weapons, the popular weapons are still almost the same. AC80, M1014, they are just 50, used a lot more frequently in this round.
Yeah, absolutely right. And mainly because they got to pick it, everybody's going to be going for the Trogon anytime, any day. The RGS 50 is great if you want to lock onto vehicles. You can use it to launch some grenades against some glue walls as well as players. It's just that the damage is not going to be as fancy as an actual grenade launcher or even the Trogon in itself.
And the craziest thing is that the RGS 50 mid to long range can actually launch some pretty deadly grenades. So I feel like it defies physics a little bit, but you know, some future scientists have discovered how to go against wind resistance. Match standings after match number 3, PE Sports with 26 points. EVOS Phoenix finally having a decent round, 18 massive points. For Magic Esports still keeping it close, 14. First is Eclipse getting 10. And you look down the list, E-Arena, they still got 8. More team got 7. The top 3 hasn't shaken yet.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Magic Esports getting a total of 14 versus E-Arena only managing to pick up 8 just means that Magic did not manage to cut down the distance. But at the same time, a team like Genesis Dogma, who was on the rise at the start of the day, 2 back-to-back Booyahs, but they just could not cut it in this match. Fate finally caught up to them, putting them out in the 11th spot. SBTC's Fate ended kind of premature as well. Expand managed to walk away with 2 points, and Morph Team, one of those challenging E-Arena for that number 1 spot, couldn't really sustain in this game as well.
And let's see what the overall standing has to say about that. E-Arena, 218 points in the first place. Magic Esports, it really feels like Magic Esports is the only team that can contest E-Arena at this point of time when we only have 3 rounds left in the Grand Finals, right? Unless Morph Team pulls something out of the bag, unless GD continues what they did in the first 2 rounds. Same with GRC Aphrodite. I think the door is slowly but surely closing.
The door is definitely closing, but you know, you can have miraculous rounds, man. I mean, you just need 3 back-to-back Booyahs from one of the teams, starting from EVOS Phoenix, right? In fact, PE Sports is going to be included in this list as well. 3 back-to-back massive Booyahs from even PE Sports or EVOS Phoenix can take E-Arena out of the equation, providing they clunk out early. Which is why in order to achieve this, in order to guarantee this for yourself, if you really want it, you need to hot drop E-Arena.
You have to flip the coin.
this is the point where you're going to start seeing E Arena maybe take a split drop on the battlefield just to play the game of survival, because they are going to be anticipating hot drops as well.
Yeah, I think that is a fair assessment, right? But E-Arena, if they do that, I think it will be a good chance. But so far, E-Arena has been keeping true to their core, their core nature, just aggressive. We take points, we survive until the very end. And honestly, these teams have to do the unthinkable, which is 3 back-to-back booyahs. No one has did it before.
Well, it is one team has done it before.
Okay, one team has done it before.
E-Arena.
That is true. That's not the team you want.
That's not the team you want to see. Of course, PE Sports has done it before. PE Sports is one of those teams that needs to have that back-to-back booyah, but they did it over 2 days.
Yeah.
There was 2 Bermuda maps in the mix, which could still be the case because the next map that we are heading into is going to be Nextera, followed by Bermuda. And we might just see Bermuda again when the randomizer pops up a little bit later on. So never say never. It's not too late. But to see exactly how the day pans out, we're going to take a quick short break and join you guys back in a bit.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือที่ดีที่สุดออกมาเลยครับยังไม่ได้เอาจริงเลย
ผลงานเหรอครับก็พอใจนะครับเพราะพวกผมตั้งเป้าหมายแค่เข้ารอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลไปก่อนครับแล้วก็ไปโชว์ผลงานต่อในรอบไฟนอลครับ
ส่วนตัวผมยังไม่พอใจครับผมคิดว่าทีมเราทำได้ดีกว่านี้ครับตอนแข่งพวกผมดูมั่นใจมาก แต่เราก็ทำผิดพลาดในวิก1ครับผมแต่เราสามารถปรับปรุงและแก้ไขในวิกที่2ได้ครับ
Potato finds a knock onto Aloncorn, but FW they're going straight for limit. Then they come through, blocked by the glue wall. Potato gets down. FW looking for the booyah, and they have found it.
ยาลีน่าเบาได้เบาให้พวกผมได้ขึ้นมั่งอย่าโชว์หลายจริงให้พวกผมโชว์มั่งเถอะ
ยาลีน่าเหรอครับรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเจอกันครับ
เชียบ
หวานเจี๊ยบ
ไฟนอลเจอกัน
Kalau dari gua player favorit itu FFSI already ya. Soalnya dia kalau main di Chrono tuh gocek-goceknya jago banget gitu.
คนที่ผมชอบจากทีมมือเหรอครับพี่ยูกิจากทีมนักพากย์
ทำไมถึงชอบเขาอ่ะ
คุณก็ชอบเหมือนกันไม่ใช่เหรอ
Buat FFSI already lu panutan gua banget sih.
G อะไรนะพี่
GRC ครับ
GRC เหรอครับทีมอะไรไม่รู้จักเลย
ไม่รู้จักแต่จี
The equation first, Leap turns around, nobody's there to be found. Can Leap do it? Max 7, he does. Mosley goes down, and GRC are on point for the first booyah of the group stage on the final.
ไม่ขอพูดได้ไหมครับ
เชียบ
คนนี้ชื่อเกตชื่อในเกมเกตไฮ
คนนี้โจฉายาในเกมโจนะ
พวกเราเล่นได้ทุกตำแหน่ง
From the start of the game.
สิ่งที่ท้าทายของทีมผมนะครับก็การเป็นแชมป์ของรายการนี้ครับ
พอทุกรายการพวกผมเป็นแชมป์มาหมดแล้วครับ
ก็สบายๆวิกหน้าผมก็คิดว่าสบายๆเหมือนเดิมครับทีมที่เป็นเป้าของผมในรอบไฟนอลคือแฟร์ครับ
Too many members for one guy. Team Flash is here to take over.
Hello mọi người, đây là Bloody, người nắm giữ vai trò bánh tỉa của team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, đây là Bell, là đội trưởng của team Flash.
Một từ dành cho đồng đội của mình là
Chất. Mình khá vui và tự tin Mong rằng phong độ này có thể duy trì đến trận chung kết.
Mình nghĩ chìa khóa dẫn đến sự thành công của team mình là
Sự đoàn kết.
mục tiêu của team mình là FFSI của Thái Lan vì họ là đương kim vô địch thế giới. Nhưng mà mình nghĩ rằng Việt Nam sẽ vô địch.
อยากบอกทีมแฟดว่าไม่ได้แชมป์ดอกครับ
ขึ้นมาจากที่สุดท้ายบ้างครับ
เขาก็เก่งดีนะครับ เก่งแต่ในคลิป
Hey Evot, bạn có biết ngày cuối cùng team mình kiếm được bao nhiêu điểm không? Hãy cẩn thận ở chung kết. Việt Nam vô địch.
ก็อยากบอกทีมแฟดนะครับ ดูผมคิดทุกเกมอะครับ
Jika kau fikirkan kemenangan,
Kau hampiri kejayaan.
kau boleh.
Kalau menurut gua kunci kesuksesan ini jago sih, kuncinya jago.
ก็ฝั่งเฟอร์ไรเดอร์นะครับ ก็ระวังดับบนฟ้านะครับ
Quadra kill.
Ancaman sih nggak terlalu ancaman. Mungkin kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Benar, kita yang jadi ancaman buat mereka.
Itu Magic Sport. Are you okay?
He expanded already. Cobra does not get taken down by the fast. Rip got out. Team Black out. JR
ก็ฝากถึง X Fan นะครับ I love you X Fan
Thách thức lớn nhất ở vòng bảng đó chính là nằm ở bảng tử thần khi xếp chung với các đội khá mạnh của giải đấu.
Đó là sức mạnh tập thể của cả team với những con người luôn xuất sắc và cố gắng.
ผมตึงความท้าทายผมคิดว่าการเข้ารอบ 12 ทีมครับ ผมคิดว่ากุญแจสำคัญสำหรับผมนะครับ ก็คือการเข้าใจกันครับ
Đó là sự tập trung và ổn định trong lối chơi thì mới đem lại kết quả tốt.
Chúng ta sẽ làm được vì đó là danh dự và giấc mơ của cả team Việt Nam vô địch.
บทเรียนของผมคิดว่าเป็นการปรับตัวให้เข้ากับสนามครับ
เป้าหมายของพวกเราคือแชมป์ครับผม
Mình nghĩ các đội Thái Lan vẫn có khả năng vô địch bởi vì kỹ năng và lối chơi của họ khá là áp đảo so với đối thủ.
ผมคิดว่าทีมไทยไฟท์โหดกว่าประเทศอื่นครับ
เรามีแรงบันดาลใจจากทีมประเทศไทยครับ ที่ได้แชมป์โลก 3 สมัยครับ
Thắng làm vua, thua là tại gặp B-Sport đấy.
กระต่ายข้างไม่ได้เป็นแค่ชื่อครับ แต่มันคือฝีมือครับ
Halo, kita dari Genesis Dogma.
Kita bakalan jadi yang terbaik di Asia nanti.
Không phải là đối thủ của bọn mình, bởi vì bọn mình có thể đánh bại họ một cách dễ dàng.
Easy deh.
Ya kalau buat gua sih player-player sekarang ya emang udah
Untuk menjadi raja, kita harus kalahkan si raja.
Vòng bảng mới chỉ là cuộc dạo chơi của SE thôi. Hãy chờ đợi trận chung kết.
They might have just met their maker. SPDC looking for the finishing goal.
But we have to switch on over to GRC as they move on in to sweep them is out of the equation. Double Drogon, can it respond?
Genesis Dogma, GD obat.
Jarsi, win!
Chuẩn bị khăn giấy mà khóc ở chung kết đi.
SE tới chơi bro.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time. Fire.
Three more rounds remain in the FFSI 2023 Grand Finals, and we are in the final lap essentially. And you're here with me, Husky, and alongside me is once more the glorious Mustachio AJ. We are going to be drawing the curtains very soon and crowning the new emperors, but one thing is for certain, the storyline still continues for some of these gladiators.
Absolutely right. And E-Arena is just escaping little by little, but it's just a matter of time some teams catch up with them. Magic Esports has been maintaining supreme consistency to do exactly that. They've managed to cut down the distance already, and now you're looking at about an average of around 30 points. That is exactly what, 27 points is what they need to overcome E-Arena in that #1 spot. Technically speaking, it can be done with just one game if E-Arena bombs out. But that has been the line of conversation for the first 3 games. It didn't happen.
Yeah, them bombing out, I don't think is a possibility. Teams have to do it, right? They have to do it themselves. I think hoping for E-Arena to bomb out is like hoping that you would win FFSI without actually doing too much.
You gotta make them bomb out.
You have to be the team that does so. But no teams are willing to take that risk, not this late into the tournament. But for Nextera, Magic Esports and E-Arena are 2 teams that have been very proficient alongside Team Flash. But it's safe to say that Team Flash are more of a spoiler role than a role of going for first place.
Big risk, big rewards. I want to see a hot drop on E-Arena so that one of them can stake their claim on that #1 spot. And hell, I don't even care if EVOS Phoenix does it. I'll hype the living life out of them as we head on in towards Nextera. The first time you're seeing this map within the day. Farmtopia gonna be your high tier loot zone. So this is gonna be a little bit of a problem for a team like GRC who loves dropping there. Now they might have to move away from Farmtopia, but which is their secondary spot? Or will they still force this case?
For Expand, X-Roy will be out. They bring Cobra back in. SBTC removes Tyson and has Neo step in for once. Hot dropping E-Arena is one thing, but do you know where E-Arena is going to drop? Because this team has done a lot of homework. They are going for a lot of greedy drops and they're getting away with it, AJ. So finding E-Arena itself is already a challenge. I mean, Expand has found them, but it's Potato and Limit.
Expand didn't find them. E-Arena went to the spot of Expand, and they are trying to sneak away points off of the lowest fragging team in the grand finals. This is genius. We were talking about teams going in for the hot drop on E-Arena. E-Arena knows that they have to take their fate into their own hands, and they go ahead to hot drop another team that they potentially think they can overcome early. So it's now for Expand to turn the tables on E-Arena themselves to save themselves a little bit of face. In the meantime, it is going to be First Raiders Eclipse going up against Magic Esports. Psalming down on the ground. Wasana trying to save the day. It's the double vectors time, baby. Can he circle around? And he does on the right-hand side. Gets tagged up as well. Goes in for the finisher. Lozzy with a Mac 10 puts him down on the ground, and Donbu says, hasta la vista, baby. I'll check you guys out later, but Souza is hot on his tails.
If Donbu goes out right now, that entire first place run might just be squashed with this one round already. Almost blew himself up. The Trogon not doing enough damage to get the knock onto Pew. Get highs with him. And Ma'ao, oh, he's behind. Get high. Already gets the knock. But can you finish the job though? 52 health. And a full health Ma'ao that he needs to go through already. Effectively stuck in this area, but it's a 1 versus 1. Ma'ao has the health advantage, turns the corner, sees where already is. Goes for the pickup with the time turner already, going for a challenge with the Trojan. Gets a knock already! Oh, clutches! You cannot count out Evo's Phoenix anytime, and already brings his team back.
And that was the perfect decision making in that moment that was definitely required from EVOS Phoenix. Bloody circles around. Tai C found. Tai C drop. Bio's gonna be picked right back up. G-Melo very close to Shin. Shin's not attacking just yet, just staying silent for as long as possible, waiting for G-Melo to drop by. Boonjame from afar has been tagged up by Bloody already. Bloody still keeping his eyes on him. And in the meantime, FW will just need to find a way to survive this. And the only possibility is for Boonjame to back away.
And FW feel like they might be forced to fight this though, at least sacrifice 2 of their members. Potato, they would find too fast, going on the zip line. Potato is going for the track and shoots him off the zip line. Easy knock. Orgus will follow up for the pickup. And it's on the other side of the map. Alongkorn is not doing too fine, but has a glue wall to protect himself. And with the earlier clutch from already, Morph team, well, they're out of the picture. That is the 3rd place team, AJ.
Unfortunately, Morph team was 41 points behind E Arena. I mean, we still do have 2 more games, Husky, so it could still happen, but it really needs to bank on the fact that E Arena just does not play these last 2 matches well. And it looks like they're not waiting for anybody else to take that action, right? They are going all out. They wanted to hunt down Expand, but miserably enough, they walk away with nothing. And we did see earlier on, Fixer did get locked on by one of the players from the side of First Raiders Eclipse, so he's marked on the battlefield, and therefore Limit breaks away from the rest of his team members. Very smart sacrifice from Limit.
And remember, this is a map, or for E Arena in particular, they've been very greedy with the drop strike, and they've been getting away with all these wide spreads.
Yeah.
So you can never really effectively eliminate them completely because they always have a backup to go for those revives. They always have multiple angles that they can shoot you from. And Limit is like, well, I'm gonna get pushed either way. I will stand my ground and take this fight, but do you want to come into me? That is the biggest question that needs to be answered by SBTC. Nero, on the other hand, well, just saw a member of Team Flash.
Only reason why Limit's not popping off just yet is because he has an AUG in hand. He hasn't picked up an AWM or an AC-80 just yet. RGS now found by Limit, but the guy still does not have a sniper. The moment he but even without a sniper, RGS does manage to find Brian. G-Melo finally taken out of the equation, but it seems like Team FW Esports has got 1 more survivor. Limit down on the ground. Neo circles around from the back. Trogon finds Orgus as well. Hand courtesy of a couple of shots from him is going to just make the life of E Arena so much more difficult. But Fixer already reaching a vending machine. Does he have enough money on him though?
Yeah, if he does, he will be able to buy back his teammates. Potato is already on the run. So E Arena, they're going to live for a bit longer. That is for certain. SBTC has info where Fixer is, but I don't think they want to chase this, right? There is still a chance that this gets turned around and you don't want to take that risk. PE Sports, on the other hand, still trying to keep up with FW, and Nero is just leading the charge. Don't Cry getting on top of the roof. It's going to be able to deal with Bio if Bio pokes his head out. But Shin continues to retreat back into the building. Bloody taking spot on that bridge. Nero puts up the glue wall, prevents any more damage to be taken, and that's why the Trogon gets popped out. Bloody gets punished instantly by Nero, who just had a better grenade launcher. Bio gets sniped by Don't Cry, and Team Flash are falling apart.
Shin backs away. PE Sports goes in for the quick chase. Bloody's not going to get picked up in a situation like this, and PE Sports does not wait to check on him. Shin well hidden behind a good wall here. Arvon can be popped by New K to spot him out. We'll have to wait and see exactly what happens to the fate of the players from the side of Flash. Donbu brings Saming right back into the mix. DNP circles around, finds nobody. And it looks like Flash is going to survive for a little while longer as PE Sports scrambles around and already finds Boonjame. Final survivor out of FW. Takes him out in the 11th spot.
E Arena also off to a pretty slow start, but all they need to do right now is to take out Magic Esports if they can. SBTC might help them out with it though, because Limit is in danger. Orgus, he will need to somehow make it out with his life. Does buy Fixer back, as Donbu somehow finds himself caught out in the middle. Orgus will try to join Fixer, I believe, at the Intellect Center, but Limit does get knocked down. Get a decent trade though, at least. Some sort of point As August continues to run, could get tagged out by a homer. Magic Esports looking for some sort of finisher as they also buys back the rest of the team.
MGE full squad yet again. SBTC messing with the wrong team here. MGE, they just need the top players to recover all of their firepower before they get into yet another engagement. Argus, I believe, is the final survivor for the side of E Arena. Things have just gotten dicey for the rulers of our grand finals. Argus backs away outside of the circle. He wants to get to the vending machine, but two players from two separate teams are holding on to it.
I wonder if August survives this, it would be miraculous. Donbu dropped by Artemis to start it off. Wasana is already on the run. These two teams know all they need to do is survive. You cannot lose your position right now. They are so close to winning, especially for MGE who wants to catch up. GD on the other hand, under heavy fire from UK, Yoss forced all the way back. As PE of all teams is the most aggressive squad right now.
Circle gonna start closing in, and Neo finds Sarming. SBTC, regardless of those revivals, is still putting MGE to work. In the meantime, E Arena went running outside of the blue zone, and they seem to still be alive and kicking, which means the revival might just be on the horizon. PE Sports spotting out Genesis Dogma. Expand still alive and kicking as well, and they are right behind PE Sports. Two different battles can break off. All these three teams can get into the exact same scuffle. We'll need to wait and see exactly how they circle around. This body of water is going to force Genesis Dogma to wrap around the right-hand side and use that bridge. Got to check that for trolls, though.
Expand, on the other hand, needs to check the Sixers. The Arena finally knocked out courtesy of SBTC. Now, basically, we have a good opening. This is the round for Magic Esports to conjure a miracle.
They just need 27 points more than E Arena. 30 point with the Booyah in hand. Not impossible at all. Expand, met halfway. UK goes in for the shot. Snakes too fast out with a fantastic headshot. Cobra recovers. Don't cry down. Axel finds DNP as well. But UK for the save. Can he get it? Answers no. Nero has got the grenade launcher. He pops it from out afar. And he does find Suez as well. The time turner brought out in the nick of time by Cobra. But Nero just waiting for the time turner to disappear. Can he get this shot? Answers no. Nero takes him down but gets himself eliminated as well.
Yeah, just a point-blank grenade launcher, you will also knock yourself down. But Axel, he's under heavy fire. Just another unfortunate circumstances for him. He cannot go down right now. Expand. Don't bleed out like this. The blue zone. Not hurting as much, but Team Flash are looking for a vantage point. One rogue shot could take him down. Axel recovering health just in time. Gonna somehow launch himself to safety.
Finds the circle just outside of it and inside of Farmtopia. Guy's broke. He's got no money to use that vending machine. Expand will need to wait a little bit longer. In the meantime, EVOS Phoenix right back in the mix.
Magic Esports as well. All of them revived. So this round continues. And the only team that can make a difference, that can really influence the overall standings and challenge Arena is Magic Esports. They need to somehow survive. But it has to be a decent round. You are looking at a top 4 finish, at least with multiple kills. SBTC, on the other hand, they already have 10.
MGE has nothing on them right here, right now. They need 30 points, which means they need to finish this game with 18 eliminations in order to take the #1 spot away. Even if they do fall short of that but get into the final circle, they set themselves up for a fantastic game at Bermuda later on, where we can expect to see MGE rise up to the top. And guess what? Thus far, MGE, they are the front runners of Nextera. They've picked up the most number of points here. They are the #1 leaders. They just need to get into that final circle.
And with all these teams dropping, there's a good chance they make it there. GRC putting on massive pressure onto SBTC, who have been tearing up an absolute storm. GRC could be that roadblock, that impenetrable object they can't get over. And Craven, he smells someone nearby. This could be the sweetest revenge. Homer drone used as well. Brian knows that doesn't have much places to go with. Craven led by the Homer drone, run straight into him. Meanwhile, EVOS Phoenix, on the other hand, well, they just want another fight.
Ryan, final survivor, MGE. They go ahead to lose that player. And Steffi by Brian is going to be saving his life a little bit later on. But he grabs the vehicle and he circles out towards the blue.
It's already top 6.
MGE, 2 more players here. They need to get a full revival. EVOS Phoenix clearly aiming for the Booyah, but they're 68 points away from that #1 spot. So that's going to look like a little impossible. SBTC, full team revival for them as well, as EVOS Phoenix parks themselves in a good defensive position. Sending the drone out as well. Gonna get that information on Genesis Dogma and the players from the side of SBTC flying in.
You asked for 3 booyahs in a row. This is still doable, right? We have just 3 rounds left. SBTC went for the revive, instantly shot out the skies by GD, picking out 2 free kills in the process. Evo's Phoenix will be the next challenger of GD because they want to take over this compound as well. Dels will be the first point of contact. Kiki and Yours by each other's side. You can see the grenade propped up. Get High spotted, puts up the glue wall to protect himself. Trapped inside the compound also though. Jonah tries to help him up. Kiki and Dels sticking together. They might be looking for a potential swing around the corner. Evo's Phoenix gotta win this.
Double grenades, Donbu and Wasana for the side of MGE. They need 18 eliminations, only have 1 at the moment. Bloody makes that 2. Fantastic opportunity, well taken. Kiki down on the ground. The rest of Genesis Dogma rush on in here for the save. Moshi, the clutch king for the side of Evo's Phoenix with the charge buster. Heads on out. Does he get one? Answer is no. Get High, shuts down Yours and Dels. Evo's Phoenix still flying high.
There's nothing that GD could do. Just a clean team fight from Evo's Phoenix. Kill number 12 coming right up. Serve hot.
Ooh.
Evo's Phoenix with 12 points already. And GRC next on the menu.
Next on the menu, or will they do the attacker's role here by preying on Evo's Phoenix? Seems quite impossible to think that it's going to be possible. And Jonah tagged up by Homo already. A little bit slow in his movement. Wasana dropped onto the ground. SBTC out. MGE surviving with 1 final player. Donbu does go in for that pickup. The grenade is not going to connect just yet. Wasana back on his feet, but Faiz drops him yet again.
We're looking at essentially a top 2 fight, right? Both GRC, Aphrodite, and Evo's Phoenix have a full squad. RGS 50 in the hands of one of the GRC players. Nade also used up. Big cluster coming through. Only some minor damage onto Get High and Moshi, but Leem, he does have enough utility, and Jonah, he's had enough of this shenanigan. Going in straight for the rush, and Leem instantly backing off. Raz supporting with the Trogon as well. Grenade launcher mode already on the side with his own Trogon. He's gonna make first contact very soon with the members of GRC already. Right out the window, puts up the glue wall, and he's just putting on his dancing shoes, dancing around the members of GRC. Jonah right around the corner, gets punished by Raz with the Trogon in hand. Get High gets dropped. GRC wants some redemption in this round 4. But already still on the table with his own kill. GRC down to just 3. Leem looking for a target. Raz in front, able to drop Evo's Phoenix and eliminate them in 3rd.
Donbu still alive and kicking, but it seems like the players of the side of GRC just recovering. One good one from the RGS. Does not get the elimination though, but Donbu's going to be trying to drag this out as long as possible. Can he just strike down at least 1 player before he gets taken out? Has got the Mag 7 in hand. Perfect weapon to get the deed done in such a close quarters combat. AC-80 as well from up top, but the circle now going to start closing in, and guess what? At a certain point in time, he needs to hop on off because the middle of that circle is on the right-hand side of this house.
He needs to find isolated fights. Brings Raz down low. That is a good start. Raz will need to take some time. The ice grenade absolutely going wide, but Donbu gets chipped by the cluster. Raz recovers his health. Donbu now prones down. He also needs to buy some space. Gets that health top back up himself as well. The bandages are dead. Donbu finding some good damage onto Leem. Now finally jumps off the roof, but into the entire team of GRC. A valiant attempt, but it's not good enough. GRC Aphrodite finding their booyah.
GRC 37 points so far, and they are going to breach into the 50-point mark now. GRC Aphrodite, yet another Indonesian team making a lot of noise up here in FFSI. You gotta love it if you're Indonesian, and these boys are most definitely making an impact. And you can see all of those real stickers on their head. They're sick, but it's not affecting the gameplay at all.
Their gameplay is also sick. Fever Patch is just a buff on this grand stage. 3 out of the 4 rounds we've seen have had their booyahs claimed by Indonesian teams. 2 by GD, 1 by GRC. PE Sports is an anomaly, but GRC Aphrodite, despite a slow start to the day, finally puts themselves back in the conversation. But Evo's Phoenix is also doing the same.
MGE still manages to walk away with 11 points. Remember, we talked about how they were 27 points away from that #1 spot. E-Arena did expire a little early in this game, so those 27 points have now been cut down just to about, I would say, 17, 18 points. 1 solid booyah needed. 2 more games to go. E-Arena not out of hot soup just yet. The championship, they might have one hand on it, but MGE's looking to work that magic.
Yeah, and E-Arena really put to the test. I mean, this round was by no means an easy round. On the run, a bounty on their head. From start until expiration, there was just nothing much that they could do. And you really respect these teams taking E-Arena on just how E Arena has always done in the entire tournament, right? You want to be aggressive? We will now go head-to-head with you. We are not afraid anymore. We have everything to lose. Let's fight.
But you got to respect the fact that E Arena went looking for some eliminations very early on.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunate for Expand, they were the ones in Rust and they got aimed. And it's a very smart move coming through from E Arena to look out for the bottom fraggers of the whole Grand Finals and try to attack them. Expand managed to escape from that threat, but that didn't really last them all that too long.
Yeah, ran into, I believe, was it FR again? It has always been FR or Team Flash. It's a recurring dream, not a good one. It's a nightmare for Expand. But there's just one thing about Free Fire that is until today I've been trying to wrap my head around, is that it always has a crazy and unexpected ending. Yes. Every time we think that the conclusion has been set, something miraculous happens, something out of the blue happens. And we are approaching that threshold, right? Because MG has just put themselves one solid round away from stealing the championship title away from E Arena. But thankfully, we have 2 more rounds left. And that means GRC Aphrodite also still has a chance.
I also want to see exactly how did Morph kind of fare within this match overall with the points that they picked up, because they might stand a chance with 2 games left on toe. But GRC managing to pick up a total of 11 eliminations here for themselves, alongside 12 of those placement points, with Raz doing a majority of the eliminations, picking up a total of 6 for the team.
Yeah, this guy in the CQC, especially against teams like we saw him take on Evo's Phoenix, for example, just very, very aggressive and playing those 1v1s extremely well. And not many teams can do that against Evo's Phoenix, let alone consistently, right? And GRC has really proven that they have the capacity to pull it off when they need it the most. And this is that composition that they've been running, a very standard comp, and more teams are adapting to this kind of lineup. You have a Homer, Steffi, and A124 and a Chrono.
Yeah, absolutely. And Fire is obviously running the standard sniper setup with the Raphael as well as Maro alongside Moko. Brings the Chrono as well, because he's usually flanking from the left and right, pretty much far away from the rest of his team members. And the Chrono allows him to survive a little bit longer if and in any case the story does go south for him. But overall, this was a fantastic performance yet again from another Indonesian team. And the MVP, let's shine the spotlight on him a tad bit as well, with 18 Deer picking up one. This is a rare sight, alright. 18 Deer doesn't show up all that too much on the MVP list.
Yeah, definitely not. And most of the times when you see him on the kill feed, he is usually playing long-range fights, right? Yeah. In close range, your eyes are probably on Raz majority of the time. And look at 18 Deer. His feature weapon is a Charge Buster. You don't see that every day.
You don't see that every day at all, but he's got the Awakened Kelly. And that's the main reason why you see a 18 Deer running around so much out there on the battlefield. You need to run for a minimum of 4 seconds before you can activate the passive out of Kelly for the extra bit of damage. And you can see the combination of Hayato and J-Beams just allowing him to tank more damage as he rushes on out there. The AC-80, M1014 and Trogon once again gonna clock in the top 3 used weapons in a match.
2 more rounds left, one of them guaranteed to be Bermuda, and that is where we kind of go back to square one, right? Genesis Dogma was the team that got a Booyah onto Bermuda. In fact, when you look at the Booyah's claim on the map of Bermuda itself, you have GD, you have E Arena, right? You have, I believe, was it Morph Team? So teams that are contending for the first place have had solid performances on that map itself, and we have one more go at it.
PE Sports obviously wanting to dominate Bermuda as usual, but they are not in a position to contest for that #1 spot. So obviously our eyes are going to be on some of the other teams. The Morph team this time around, they kind of bombed out pretty much prematurely. 3 eliminations to their name, but no placement points whatsoever.
And that is why Magic Esports now has the best chance to catch up, right? They at least close the gap just by a little bit. But Evo's Phoenix also got 21 points for themselves. We have GRC Aphrodite getting 22 points. They're also making their way up the standings. But now we have 2 more rounds left. They gotta repeat this performance and have E Arena being getting knocked out earlier on, just like this round.
MGE now needs 20 points to overtake E Arena. And they've got 2 games to get that done.
Very, very
This
doable.
is very, very possible for them. But it looks like luck has just run out for Evo's Phoenix, because 171 points, they're placed 6th right.
But that is just one round, right? And
they need 2 massive 30-point rounds.
Yeah, and you know, most of the times I would agree with you, and I would hop on the train, and I always believe in the comeback, but right now we gotta get realistic. It is close to impossible, and I think that word finally would ring true for EVOS Phoenix in their current position. And you have to get, what, more than 60 points?
Unless.
60 points, more than E-Arena.
Unless.
No.
Unless.
No, you can't backtrack now.
No.
There's no unless, okay?
Unless they show us that just like on the world stage, they hold true to the name EVOS Phoenix.
Yeah, but they did it.
They have pretty much died as far as the #1 spot chase is concerned. They can rise back up to the occasion. And it's not impossible to see a team like EVOS Phoenix rage on with 30 plus points within one lobby.
Yeah, that I definitely agree, but it really requires everything, all the stars to align, right? You need the entire cosmos to be with you. And they have Bermuda to do it, one of their best performing map, and maybe the roulette would help them out.
Maybe it will. Maybe we get dragged into Alpine. Maybe we will see them pop a booyah there as well. 2 back-to-back rounds by the 2-time world champs does not sound impossible. For some of the other teams, it might be a tall task. For MGE, it's not an impossible thing to take away this victory from E-Arena. So now the question goes back to E-Arena. Yes, we talk about how EVOS might be able to pull off a juggernaut winner here by the end of the day. We talk about how MGE can overtake with just 20 points. But what will be E-Arena's move in the last 2 games?
For them, they just need one good round, and I think they've secured the championship. Well, back to Bermuda it is for the 5th round of the Grand Finals. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for more Free Fire action.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini.
Untuk bisa sampai hari ini.
Kita bisa!
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาแค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดงฝีมือ
There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No
Welcome back to the grand finals of the Fire SEA Invitationals. We are on the second last map of day 3 of the grand finals, which means this is the only 2 opportunities for teams to go out there and pick up points. No overtimes involved in Free Fire, so they gotta hustle right here, right now. I am the Mustachio AJ with Husky, your casters for the whole grand finals. And these last 2 games, we promise you, will give you our voices. Probably our voice box as well by the end of it.
Yeah, I've been dedicating it since the very beginning, since 2 years ago, and we've been doing exactly that. And I'm honored to be able to do it again. And again, we are at a cusp of crowning potentially a new kings of SEA Free Fires. We are so close. We're just trying to find which of these teams will make it to the top at the very end. And we have a very good map to give us a good inkling, right? Yep. It's back to the classic, back to Bermuda, where PE Sports, Genesis Dogma SF, and E Arena have been absolutely crushing.
Genesis Dogma, of course, started off the day hot, but they soon fizzled out. They're now 43 points away from catching up to the #1 spot. Of course, with 2 games in tow, it is going to be possible, but it's going to be a tall order for them to get exactly that done. Even a team like EVOS Phoenix might find a spot like that a little difficult, but we have not given up just yet. When we go back into Bermuda, 2 games left means 2 golden opportunities for whoever who dare take the chance.
I have seen way too many plot twists in competitive Free Fire to even stake a claim as close as we are to the ending. Maybe this Bermuda will give us some sort of premonition, some sort of resolution that we can cling on to. But it all starts with where the teams want to drop. Will E Arena be greedy with their spread out again? Will we see another hot drop? Will EVOS Phoenix really pull off a back-to-back?
To bullseye E Arena, and I believe SBTC is going to be joining them there as well. One of the teams can break away towards Shipyard to avoid the early engagement. Expand's going to be hanging back at Shipyard. This is going to be an opportunity for first Raiders. Why are they not moving? Are they all going to hot drop each other right there?
E Arena is definitely hunting for players on the side of SBTC. They want their sweet revenge. SBTC ruined their round on Nextera. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Limit losing health very swiftly as Artemis takes him out. The double vector finally showing some sort of effectiveness after so long. Not the start that E Arena wants.
And he pokes at him.
But I tell you, man, E Arena, you might be biting off a bit more than you could chew.
I mean, if you're taking a hot drop on anyone, you are definitely biting off more than you can chew because you are depending on luck. And luck favors not the man who chooses to win by it, but the man who goes out and gives it his all happens to find luck halfway there. Ma'al down on the ground. Jonah recovered as well, so Morph team's going to be in a lot of trouble. Okay. Jonah gets caught out by Koja. Good headshot. Jonah back on the ground. Koja from up top already has got the Trogon. Does he have nades? No nades to play with whatsoever. So it is just going to be a shotgun in his hands. Koja finds get high as well. Big work being done here by Morph Team.
Yeah, Morph Team also looking for revenge onto EVOS Phoenix. I say E Arena on the other hand, knocked down by Brian. As that Team Flash on the other hand has to deal with GD. Nade coming through. Nothing that Brian could do. Fixer good on that one. Trace coming through left, right, and center. Team Flash going in for the push. Shin leading the charge. Meanwhile, already and Moshi trying to keep Pew at bay, and they will do exactly just that. A double stack up. For more team are already out of this compound.
Kiki's out, and it looks like Yoss does find Flash as well. There is another player from the side of Genesis Dogma who did manage to bring one player right back in. He's just waiting for Kiki to expire before he can do exactly that once again. But Borges needs to deal with Bio. Sends out the Homer. Homer finds no one. Borges meets Bio halfway through. Bio tags him up. RGS pulled out. Campfire brought out by Borges. Mac 10 can take on Bio, but he just needs to find a clear line of sight. Yanbin flanks on from the left-hand side, and this is not going to be possible for him as Borges gets down. Yanbin for the save.
Oh, these teams are relentless. Second last round of the grand finals, and they're still going out for these hot drops, these initial fights. We're just not even just 3 minutes in. The PE Sports were able to find a straggler from the side of MGE. In the meantime, FR, well, they encounter the team that has basically gave them a taste of what purgatory is, which is you die, you revive, and you die again, you revive, and the cycle continues.
Technically, you die, you go to the graveyard, and then you go to purgatory.
Sure, but it's eternal torture, right? It's a vicious cycle for these two teams. FR has won both of those instances, by the way.
Yes, they had. And SBTC not easing off on the pressure on E-Arena. E-Arena wanted a hot drop fight, and they are going to get exactly that. SBTC taking the fight straight up to them. Brian now, flanking from the right. Can he find anyone? Needs to wait for that backup first from the rest of them. Artemis is a little bit too far away, but he comes running straight on in. Yes. One good grenade can make the biggest of difference here. E-Arena barricades this compound first with 2 glue walls. And a time turner pulled out prematurely. No nades will tickle them. So there goes Chrono. He's not going to be able to activate any more in this match.
If there's no nade from SBTC, E-Arena have a lot of space to work with. You hear they're being propped out. SBTC using their own glue wall to try and close the distance. Artemis is there. This is now a fair fight between both teams. Orgus does has his own nade. Artemis pulls out a time turner. That nade will not do any damage. E-Arena trap in their own compound. Fixer first to drop. Thanks to Hand. Double vector once more. You hear the engine rev on vehicle. Hand rushes in. Orgus gets taken now. Potato needs to go up the entirety of SBTC and just cannot pull it off.
SBTC taking the fight straight up to E-Arena and telling them, if you want a hot drop, you find a different team. Limit says, okay, sir, I'm gone. But can you be gone, though? Brian on the chase already. Will catch the back of Limit. Limit hopping through hoops to manage to get away for a tad bit. Pulls out a good glue wall. Recovers for a tad little bit as well. Brian continues the flank from the right. A good grenade now can put Limit out of the equation. But Brian just focuses in with the assault rifle. And E-Arena out in the 12th spot. MGE, where you're at, baby. They now stand a strong chance.
I'm telling you, even if SBTC doesn't win FFSI, someone just, you know, pluck a part of the trophy and give it to them. They have been making E-Arena's life hell for the past 2 rounds, and they've done it again. PE Sports, on the other hand, they have to deal with GRC, who are on the low ground, and PE Sports putting immense pressure on them.
MGE would ask you to calm down. Don't go plucking stuff off of our trophy. They are already taking the claim to that trophy even before they get to that #1 spot. Without E-Arena, who's going to stop them? I guess we'll find out shortly.
I mean, MGE has not really stopped E-Arena per se. You know, it's SBTC. Of all teams, it's SBTC. Let that sink in for a bit. This was the squad that got 12 in FFSI Bangkok.
Yes.
And here they are, just tearing it up. Maybe when you play as if you have nothing to lose, this is the performance you get, right? Just absolute domination. You are fearless.
And SBTC now flies straight into Graveyard to take on 2 other teams. First Raiders Eclipse as well as Expand have been eyeing each other for the longest of time, ever since the game started. The circle has moved away, but these 2 teams have not moved on. SBTC here to help them out.
Just like ex-partners, they just don't move on from one another. Maybe Hand, well, he's going to be the mediator and downate EXO first. But Artemis also finds Darko, both FR and Expand getting punished. I mean, SBTC, they are just stealing all the points away from the teams that actually need it the most. Zuez next on the menu, and Hand, with this double vector, is this really going to be the weapon that wipes out most of the lobby? I think it is. Expand dropping like flies, and SBTC has 11 kills already.
SBTC dispatching team after team the moment they find them. Narrow down on the ground now. It's PE Sports going up against FW. A good engagement coming through from Boonjame. Boonjame now circles around. UK right in front of him. M1887 tries to break through the glue wall. Does not get it, but gets the shot straight to UK's chest. PE's not down and out just yet. Don't cry. Tries to back away. Running as quickly as his speed can take him to safety.
In the meantime, Too Fast does revive Zuez, but for PE Sports, their days are pretty numbered. Don't Cry and DNP spreading out in different directions just to increase the chances of survival. And with E-Arena taken out, we're not just looking at MGE, right? Morph Team, EVOS, Phoenix, GD, GRC, all have a good shot. Obviously with MGE taking the lead first, but depending on how this round goes, I mean, even the miracle of EVOS, that Phoenix that you mentioned early on, could come true.
MGE just needs 1 game.
Oh yes.
To get it done. The rest of the teams need 2 back-to-back booyah. Not even 2 decent rounds, but 2 back-to-back massive booyahs to get that #1 spot. And of course, E-Arena bombing out in the final round of the day still needs to be a thing in order for the other teams to be able to accomplish that. MGE just needs to capitalize. They don't need that. They just need to get this and then remain alive for that final game, play decent points, and they're still going to be your champions. This is huge for the region.
I mean, it is huge for Magic Esports, particularly. You compare them to E-Arena, Magic Esports, this is their very first debut on the big stage. They have an MVP, week 1 MVP on the team, right?
Yeah.
Someone who's running the Iris, a lot of the time, Saming, we talk about him every now and then. And at this juncture, I think Magic Esports has really shown us something, right? That team is even part of one of our highlights because of how well they perform. Morph Team now runs into Expand. And this is a chance for Morph Team to get some sort of point if they can wipe out Expand. But Expand, they're quickly bringing in backup.
Expand, they have an opportunity as well just to redeem a little bit of their honor out here within FFSI. Ma'al rushes on up top to get that elimination onto Zuez. Halfway through, he expects someone to come in for the pickup, and therefore he's going to park himself right beside Zuez as he continues to crawl around. Cobra's going to get snuffed out as well. Axel is found. Captain, West too fast. Too fast, trying to run away as quickly as he can. Trogon in hand. Expand once again out in the 11th spot.
You look at the health bars of Morph Team, AJ. They barely lost any health. Another weird interaction, but I mean, Morph Team just outclassing Expand in that 4v4. You have to give Susanna the props, right? That nade onto the second floor, just absolutely clipping Zuez and bringing the members of Expand down. MGE, happy with that revelation. Placement points itself is now very valuable to MGE. Not even kills. Just placement points alone. They might get a free one because GD has a member that is very much stranded out in Pochinok.
8 eliminations and the Booyah. That's the minimum for MGE. Unless, of course, they get a slightly lower rank in terms of placement and they beef themselves up with the eliminations towards that final circle. But it doesn't seem like we are getting the aggressive form of MGE. We're getting those safe plays instead. So it could be a slow round, but it could still be a potential booyah for them as they hustle towards that final circle. DNP is going to get taken out with a nasty AC-80 shot.
Oh, GRC having control of that high ground. No one to save DNP, unfortunately. He will be given away. I mean, PE Sports, he is an isolated member, so nothing much can be done. But for First Raiders Eclipse, they definitely know that there's another team on top of Factory, and it's not the easiest spot to siege. You need to expand a lot of that glue wall, and judging by that circle's movement, there's still a chance we end up in Factory for the final few phases.
First Raiders Eclipse, it might look like they're not playing for much, but they currently are in the 9th spot. If they can improve their position to the 8th place, they get a bonus of $2,000.
Oh yes.
So it's quite big what they're playing for.
It is. There's still some sort of stake at hand. Yeah. MGE, under the watchful eyes of Team Flash, run straight into the circle. FW, they're gonna show up at Factory. Wonder's not on top though. Actually, it is. They are on top. The GRC now have a team that they need to immediately deal with before FR even becomes a threat.
Don't know if this is going to be easy or difficult for FR. Chai C finds Dark Call. Souza does manage to trade one out though. Lozzie fights Nero. First Raiders Eclipse, the biggest winners in the engagement thus far. Nero from afar. That right-hand side flank being held on for PE Sports. Boon James finds Lozzie. First Raiders Eclipse using this wall to their best capability. And unfortunately for Nero, GRC's 18D finds him from out of nowhere. Nero goes down. The revival is going to be pretty difficult in a situation like this.
And Nero getting shot by like 5 different guys, so chances of survival are very, very slim. A cluster nade on top doesn't connect, unfortunately. The Steffi round the edge as well. Bunjin barely survives. We also saw just now that MG are very close to Team Flash. That is a very important clash that Magic Esports needs to win. And Lee, well, he has a grenade launcher. Is it going to try? Oh, we'll check out that in a bit. But Ma'al did get dropped by SBTC. 12 kills and still counting.
SPTC is on a roll, and they are on a solid roll. The last time we did check in on them, they were 1 position above First Raiders Eclipse. So even if First Raiders do have a massive round this time, I don't know if they're going to be able to overcome SBTC. SBTC themselves trying to play for a $4,000 bonus, and the only way they can do that is to overtake PE Sports as well as EVOS Phoenix. That's quite a big ask, but they are on a good roll now.
We're getting to higher and higher up at the food chain. GD does get eliminated in 10th. I gotta say, FW, they only had 3 guys, but they're holding on to that one spot so well. They're dealing with PE, they're dealing with FR, they're also getting members of GRC riled up. MGE now shows up. Team Flash actually don't have the full team around, so it's only Shin against the entire squad of MGE. This could be an easy pick-off. Shin is hiding in the corner. Craven looking for him. Shin finally spotted the mini Uzi getting the knock, but the other members of MG slowly comes in, try to get Shin out of the way. Saming will back off. Wasana gets the job done. Shin drops.
Chin dropped indeed. MGE continues the run as the circle now starts to pressure all of them. Boon James finds one from Team Morph. Grenade just clips them from the back, but not to punish Morph team all that too much. Wasana is finally going to claim that elimination of their opponent. And Team Flash still surviving for their dear lives. FW Esports have maintained this position on the silo for pretty long now, but soon the circle is going to start to move away from them. We see the position of the next one already. FW needs to find a safer spot, but this final circle is going to be deadly with so much of open ground.
And EVO's Phoenix, they just flew in. First team that they will run into is going to be Team Flash. You see that Jonah has already found Bloody, but it also puts them in the crosshairs of FW, who are now dealing with basically every single team aside for themselves. Alongkorn gets knocked, eliminated by Liam's grenade launcher, but Chaisi does find Darko. No finisher just yet. These are all just knocks from FW, and Bunjim also getting knocked down, so he needs to be helped back up. This is getting a bit too tight for FW.
EVO's Phoenix needs a massive booyah now, and they are in great position to grab exactly that. SBTC needs to be expanded though. They are getting a little too confident, and with all of the loot picked up of the teams that they did manage to annihilate to get to this position, they are ready for a battle. EVO's Phoenix nowhere near them just yet. They're going to circle around, and this might just be the perfect pincer to catch EVO's Phoenix off guard.
EVO's Phoenix even have to circle, right? It moved right behind them. So EVO's Phoenix now have full control of this entire game. Pew landing some shots on the GRC. Again, no knockdowns, and Morph team, the first team to decide to run, but it is a costly one. Having to sacrifice Pew and only having 2 members remain, and they still have to deal with the remnants of GRC Aphrodite. PE Sports out in 8th. Liam right in the front line, trying to get rid of Morph team. Meanwhile, EVO's Phoenix dealing with MGE on the other hand. Chaisi drops to the blue. Liam getting knocked. FW out in 7th as FR shows up right out the perimeter of Factory.
MGE, the first one inside the final circle. This is just insane what the team has been able to do. EVO's Phoenix lingering outside. They haven't made a move just yet. They hear all of this sound. They want to take advantage. They want to pick up a few elimination points before they even get to the circle. Is this the right decision? SBTC moving on in to meet MGE as well. North finds Susanna. Susanna down and out. They catch up with EVO's Phoenix. They finally circle, and First Raiders Eclipse will be taken on the 2-time world champs head on now.
Yeah, and MGE, they still alive. Now he's top 4. Jonah gets dropped. Get High needs to get his health back up. Already also low. First Raiders Eclipse goes down. MGE still alive in top 3. Finally gets taken out. SBTC against EVO's Phoenix. But SBTC, oh, the Roosters, they are about to rise to the very top. EVO's Phoenix, so no chance. And SBTC cashing out on the absurd aggression that they've been showing.
One message to everybody else from SBTC is don't get cocky, pun intended. They want to rise up, they want to overtake EVO's Phoenix, but EVO's Phoenix surely made it difficult for them, keeping up their own performance as well. MGE needed 20 points, they got denied, but they managed to cut down the distance between themselves as well as E-Arena. So this one final match, E-Arena still can keep the title to their side, to their name, if they can survive long enough.
It's time to be a bit worried if you're an E-Arena supporter, because you are watching this live across one weekend. The trophy is slowly slipping away from their grasp, and it comes down to just one game again. It always happens in Free Fire, but I'm not complaining. I love it so much. SBTC with this, just putting this out of nowhere, the aggression. Artemis especially, the goddess of the hunt in Greek mythology. Well, definitely he was on the hunt. He was hunting down every single living being in the lobby, regardless of who they are.
Yeah, no doubt, man. I mean, they were on fire from the very start. They found E-Arena first, the ones that were leading the lobby. They traded out Team Flash, Expand as well. They would continue on towards that circle and find FW and Morph team out in the open, dealt with them, move on into the final circle, shut down MGE. EVO's Phoenix, that just got out of a fight against First Raiders Eclipse, were not ready at all for what SBTC had to offer them.
And this team, when you look at them, formerly HQ Esports, you're like, 12th place in FFWS Bangkok. What is special about them? Well, they've never done this last year.
Yeah.
And this is a new look for SBTC. We're talking about the standings, right? Some teams still have a bit of stake in terms of the prize pool distribution, but with SBTC just pulling this off 2 rounds back to back, I think if you're an SBTC player, you know that you have locked yourself in a pretty solid position.
Exactly, and it was not a fluke round. They didn't get to the final circle easy. They had to get through multiple teams, and they obliterated multiple teams back to back to find themselves in a great position, right? Nobody could challenge them and really get a better hold of them. And this is what I'm talking about. Sometimes when you really gain that confidence to go and, take the fight up to some of the squads, that's exactly what's needed for a booyah for yourself.
Play to win.
Yeah.
Not play to not lose. Honestly, this reminds me of something. This reminds me of the meme where SBTC is the guy, what they call it, the slap, and just slapping every single team aside. Just, you get a slap, you get a slap, you get out of the way. This is our round on Bermuda. The unlikeliest of winners, but nonetheless, very commendable. 15 eliminations and a booyah, 27 massive points to lock themselves in a pretty decent spot on the overall standing.
Today, it has been the record of 27. At the very start of the day, Genesis Dogma got 26 at Bermuda and then 27 at Purgatory, and nobody has been able to break that record. But at least SBTC does manage to match up to that. SBTC might not be looking for the #1 spot, but they are looking for a slightly bigger slice of that pie of the overall prize pool.
Yep, the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, as our MVP this game, and you can see that the entire team is running the double chrono setup. We've seen this iteration every now and then with the A124 and Steffi. Very, very great if you're going in for these early aggressive plays. If you're trying to fight in tight corners, we saw the demonstration when they took on E-Arena, when they took on Expand. Double chrono became a big problem. And also you have to add on Hand with his double Vector. That deserves a special mention.
From the double Steffi to the double Chrono, it really depends on how you play it out on the battlefield. Steffi can block off some of the damage, but not the way Chrono can, right? Not just grenades, but even gunshots sent towards you will get you out of a tough spot if Chrono is backing you up. The MVP, of course, once again, Artemis with the Chrono active skill alongside the Awakened Kelly, J Beebs, as well as the Awakened Hayato. J Beebs as well as Awakened Hayato, they give you that extra bit of capability to resist some of the damage. And that Awakened Kelly, all you need to do is just be hot on your feet. Double Vector, you've got a shotgun. All you want to do is just run circles around your opponents and pop them in the head.
Awakened Kelly is a very good analogy of how physics works, right? The conversion of energy from kinetic energy...
From feet to gun barrel.
From feet to gun barrel. Potential to kinetic, right? Just absolute massive damage at close range if you run fast enough, if you run for long enough. In fact, where was this SBTC that we've been looking for, right? They showed a bit in the group stage, but we've been waiting for them for the first 2 days, and now only they show up, but I guess better late than never. M1014, Parafal, and the AC-80 as our top 3 weapons.
And no doubt at all, if you find the Parafal out there on the battlefield, you want to pick it up for yourself. Mid to long range engagements with a decent rate of fire, but it's not going to outdo the AC-80 in terms of the capability of damage and the capability of taking down opponents instantly, right? M1014 still is going to outdo the Parafal in those CQCs. This shotgun, just one that not many players have found a solution to. Time Turner might help, but then they dance around your Time Turners as well.
Yeah, now people have been... most of these players, especially those, very experienced ones, like, you have a Time Turner, oh well, guess what? It's my Time Turner now. I'm just gonna run right in and beat you with it. We've seen way too much examples of that happening.
Yeah.
SBTC, 27 points off of this round, but we gotta check in on a few more teams. EVOS Phoenix got 20, Morph Team got 15, Magic Esports got 12, FW got 10.
Magic Esports now just needs 10 points. 10 points to catch up to the #1 spot, but they need 11 to become champions because tiebreaker, they're going to get beaten down by this booyah.
Yeah, it's between Magic Esports and E-Arena. Effectively, right? These two are the main character. That is our main storyline. And I would say that maybe we might see another miracle, but this requires Magic Esports and E-Arena to bomb out at the very start, and that is a bit too much to ask for, but here we are. Just like AJ said, E-Arena, they're still in first place, but Magic Esports are 10 points away from them. GRC Aphrodite are one monstrous round from catching up, same as Morph Team. I would even say same for EVOS Phoenix.
I am just going to be very proud of Genesis Dogma SF if they can end up this grand finals one slot above EVOS Phoenix at the end of round 6, because that will really go to show exactly how much this team has improved from the group stage when we first saw them into the grand finals, right? Taking on the 2-time world champs and outdoing them, there's nothing better than that.
I would say the same for GRC Aphrodite.
Oh yeah.
A team that we wrote off towards the end of the group stage. And look at where they...
No, not we.
I wrote
I
down.
said this team was gonna make a
team that
miracle
I
run.
wrote down because I didn't believe in them enough, and clearly they proved me wrong. We'll see if this last map favors GRC themselves. We're going back to Bermuda, baby. We are going back to where it all began.
You know, on the last day of the group stage, I had an argument, I think with production as well as Gideon. Because I was telling them, GRC, you gotta believe, guys, one miracle run can get them in. They said, there's no way. There is no way. I mean, maybe a miracle run for GRC might be possible, but not above 2E. And I said, something could happen. Something just could happen.
Maybe they could win the whole thing. They are actually just one round away, but one monstrous round.
Monstrous round out of GRC might not be all that too often, but it's still possible, right? A lot of things need to kind of click. E-Arena needs to be down and outed. SBTC can happen once again.
MGE needs to get knocked out instantly as well. They cannot get any points.
Yeah.
What GRC needs to do is essentially what EVO's Phoenix did in Bangkok last year.
Yes.
Basically that.
And they need everything to go right for them, right? Remember EVO's Phoenix, they just had a few of those teams out there they needed to deal with. They didn't directly deal with those teams. They kind of got help from some of the other squads out there. And I believe it was their brothers, Nigma Galaxy, that kind of helped them out in that tight situation.
Yeah, and you also had the second seed at that time. I believe it's also called Magic Esports, ironically enough, from Brazil to help them out. And maybe we have a Thai version of the Magic Esports here. Maybe that something could also happen in that final round. But, all good things always comes back to its roots, always comes back to its origin. Guess what? We get Bermuda as our decider round, the championship map.
I don't know what to expect, but we promise you it's not going to be an easy round to sit in your seat and watch. We're going to take a quick short break, but when we come back, we decide who the winners of FFSI is.
Team mình chưa đạt được phong độ cao nhất. Cả đội cần phải tập trung quyết đoán trong các pha giao tranh và di chuyển hợp lý.
Ya, menurut kita belum mencapai performa terbaiknya sih. Karena masih banyak kesalahan kita. Jadi buat di final mesti kita perbaikin dan kita up lagi.
Tâm lý của team bị ảnh hưởng sau tuần thi đấu thứ nhất khi mà chỉ xếp hạng 11 trên bảng xếp hạng tổng.
Kinerja kalau dari gua ya, gua belum puas sih. Soalnya gua belum full main gitu. Tapi kalau dari tim gua ya, gua pasti ngedukung mereka, kinerja mereka.
Mình tạm thời hài lòng, nhưng cả đội cần phải cố gắng nhiều hơn nếu muốn giành chức vô địch trong giải đấu lần này.
Dari awal permainan hingga saat ini,
untuk bisa sampai hari ini,
kita bisa.
ประสิทธิภาพของทีมนะครับก็2 วิคที่ผ่านมาก็แค่ลองแผนเฉยๆครับ
ผมคิดว่าทีมผมยังไม่ได้แสดง
Time to level up and pay attention. Only the best can win, and I got a vision. I'm gonna be everything you said I couldn't be. I'm gonna leave my footprint. P.S. I know you see. I do believe that some things might be destiny. I do believe that I'm gonna get the best of me. I know you can't see, but I'll be on top. Team name tag on every spot.
I'm going in, all in, everything on the line. Everyone wants to shine. I'm going in, all in. I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up.
2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like the loaded and we're ready to hunt. It's all said and done, you better run. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, we're fighting for that one cause, one team, one dream, shoot the stars. In the battle, I'm sharp, I'm a rebel, I'm hunt, I'ma shoot the stars. Yeah, are you ready for the battle? You know we won't stop. All eyes on me, I smell the danger. Can't turn back now, I can't erase ya. Did they grind, I'm going in. All in, I got my crew right behind, and we would die for the win. One time we gon' level up. 2 times we ain't gonna stop. 3 times like a loaded, then we bring it back. Fire.
One last ride in the Free Fire Southeast Asia Invitational Grand Finals. And what a way to initiate this last round, because we're going all the way back to Bermuda to enjoy the lush scenery and the bloodbath between 12 of the best teams the region has to offer. And we are also the talents that the region has offered up to you guys. My name is Husky, and alongside me is the Mustachio AJ for one last time.
Let me break down exactly the kind of drama you can expect for the final match on the final day of the Grand Finals. MGE needs 10 points to catch up with E-Arena. If they do get exactly 10, they'll move into a tiebreaker situation. They do not get the championship because they do not have enough booyahs for the tiebreaker. GRC, yes, GRC needs 29 points. And if they strike the booyah, they win because they'll have 4 booyahs and E-Arena only has 3 at the moment. And guess what? Morph team as well as EVOS Phoenix is still in the run. Morph needs 33. And so does Morph needs 31 and EVOS Phoenix needs 33. And dude, we've seen the Free Fire World Series run from EVOS Phoenix. 33 points is not impossible. So, your 2-time world champs are still in line to pick up the trophy here at FFSI.
In Bangkok, they got 32, and that edged them forward. We even ran through all the variables. If EVOS Phoenix gets the booyah and gets 33 points, they have at least 21 kills. They win by 1 elimination. If they somehow tie with E-Arena, they win by booyah, and also they win by last match placement. This is crazy.
Apart from MGE, all of the other teams that we just mentioned who have a shot at winning FFSI as the champions will require E-Arena to get taken out the very first spot. In 12, they need to get taken out with 0 eliminations.
Oh, yes.
So this is where we see if or not luck favors the Pink Rabbits, or if luck is gonna look at someone else and say, you get a shot at becoming champions of FFSI.
Let's see where E-Arena drops to. They have been very, very greedy with the drops, spreading out really much. At least your E-Arena supporters would be happy to know that SPTC are not gunning for them anymore.
Yeah.
That's a sign of relief for Expand. Roy comes in, Zuez is out for the last round. E-Arena decided to drop at Hangar. Morph team is nearby.
Morph can make quick work of them. Shut up closest to Pew. Pew's gonna get that information. Koja, Ma'al, a little bit too far away, but Ma'al's gonna be picking up his guns and quickly circling on in. Yanbin, tagged up by the Homer, but Hiki does not get the slam. Yos! Goes down as well. What was he doing?
What was that? I understand the first one, but what? Did Yos not have any weapon? But yet the classic, right? The pistol, right?
No, I think he just had a point of miscommunication there where he thought it was his own team member.
Oh my goodness, that's catastrophic if you're GD. They just lost their 3rd member. EVOS Phoenix under assault by Saming. There's only just 1 member going down. They still have a good chance. Team Flash on the other hand, continuing to deal massive damage to GD. Dels can't make it out. And that's the first team out.
Genesis Dogma started off the day hot with the back-to-back booyah. They end the final match of the day pretty flat, getting taken out in the 12th spot, which means E-Arena still stands a chance here. Cobra, backstab, Artemis taken out. Neo says, nice try. Brings Artemis right back in.
Yep, this deja vu again. You kill them, it comes back. It's like a horrible dream. Expand, they will be locked in this conflict for just a bit longer. PE Sports, on the other hand, have FW around the horizon. Narrow, completely caught off guard by Boon James. He's gonna get knocked. Don't Cry wants the help, but it's a long way towards his buddy.
Cobra buys back too fast. Shin spotted out. G-Melo. Shin. Farmers in hand. Has got a little bit of a defensive structure to work around with. X-Roy.
Oh, not again.
Pulls out the time turner, but still manages to get flushed out by North. Cobra circles around, finds Brian as well. SBTC hot in this fight against Expand. And first Raiders Eclipse will take whatever chances they get against them. Cobra goes in for the 180, Hand saves himself with a time turner, backs away as well. Axel through the window, Cobra goes in for the finisher, and it is Axel that finds Don Boo. Artemis drops by to help him out, but Cobra says hell to the no, this round's ours.
And Expand dealing massive damage, crippling SBTC 4-1's Magic Esports against Evo's Phoenix. This is going to be the fight of their life. Get High, last man standing. 3 on the side of Magic Esports. They can crush the hopes of Evo's Phoenix if they get rid of Get High just now, right now. But Get High is going to be on the run, trying to extend the lifeline of Evo's Phoenix. But for MGE, you are very, very happy.
Third-seeded team going up against the second seeds of Thailand. If Wasana gets this elimination, that's it. Done deal, baby. Thailand can continue to rejoice because MGE is still geared up for that championship point towards the very end. Even if not, E-Arena still holds on to it. Thailand is just all up in arms to pick up FFSI's trophy and keep it at home. Wasana dodges around, but Get High still nails him down to the ground. Can he go 2 for 2 though? Circles around. Saming says no. EVOS Phoenix, your 2-time world champs, are not gonna be your champions of FFSI.
No more miracle runs at FFSI. Lozzy go on against Cobra. And finally the Orion ability used up. And just dances around Cobra. Sucks the life literally out of him. One thing is for certain, AJ.
Yeah.
We will have a new champions. Even though the region is the same, even though the trophy stays in Thailand, we would have a new king at least, a new emperor on the throne.
And remember, we talked about how if or not Orion's gonna be one of those clutch active skills, and we just saw it in perfect display, right? It turned the tides of that battle. He got backstabbed. He pulls out the Orion, does not take any damage, takes away the HP from his opponent, still manages to nail him down onto the ground. If you are mechanically gifted in the world of Free Fire, Orion is going to be your new secret weapon.
And we saw what E-Arena did just now. They ran all the way to that southwestern side. They don't want to engage in any fight, but it might not pay off well because MG have 5 eliminations, right?
Yes.
If they make it to the top 3, there's a good chance MGE still wins the entire thing. So E-Arena, you gotta be, they had to play their cards right. No more mistakes for the rest of the round.
Morph is still in it as well, but Morph needs a massive round. And E-Arena already with the 1 elimination is just making this job tougher and tougher for Morph. But as I speak about them, Ma'al finds the elimination onto Saming, and they are trying to take out MGE, but GRC sticks their noses where it just doesn't belong, and they go and tease the players instead. Liam manages to find BO. Team Flash is gonna have a little bit of a tough time. They do have that elevation to work around with, and GRC loses sight of them.
For the side of MGE, they did bring Saming back, so nothing much was lost. Hand double vector again! This guy is bringing back the ancient artifact, but no secured kills, unfortunately, so he will be punished by first Raiders Eclipse. Nonetheless, heavy damage dealt to FR by just one single SBTC member.
4th elimination in a row, and Expand.
You could have expected that. I mean, that one is forgivable, okay?
E-Arena, 2 eliminations already. Looking for the exit from Rimnam Village, and Shutup's the first one to push on 4th. To scout the area first to see if or not they can anticipate any bit of heavy firepower. And if at all he does pass on that information, E-Arena is going to be going for that long rotation. But they get lucky enough. Nobody within the compound. And E-Arena can continue their looting progress before they get to the final circle.
Yep, Yenbin driving away, spotted by Liam. Russ might be chasing after him, depending on what GRC wants to do. This is also a team that has a good chance to win the whole thing, but again, right, they need a monstrous round. They have to get every single kill from this point onwards.
Yeah.
Easier said than done though. SBTC on the other hand finds Bloody on the other side. Still have one Team Flash member running towards that general direction. Not sure what the call was. First Raiders Eclipse on the other hand, they will have GRC to contend with.
SBTC is still playing for more money up there, $12,000 US. And it looks like they want to get into the 6th spot, which can earn them a bonus of 4,000 USD, 16,000 to walk away with. And they are well on path to do exactly that. 2 teams marked out there on the battlefield. First Raiders Eclipse going up against GRC. This is a big fight for both. First Raiders Eclipse with the 6th elimination already will meet Raz halfway. RGS 50 will not connect. North has got the Trogon. Glue wall does not stand at all, gets obliterated instantly as it is brought up. Not even a glue wall melter for that. Homer tag, and Liam gets slowed down alongside Raz. One good grenade being cooked up by Liam. Souls up with the RGS as well. Lozzy goes for the pop. Trogon does not connect. He needs to hop on out, but Darkol gets the deed done from outside. 18 Deer goes down. Raz flies by him. Raz goes down as well as North finds him. Darkol and Souza, this is a 2v2 that GRC might be able to walk away from.
And Darko is in such a good spot. He has damaged Liam, but Raz gets picked back up. GRC needs to win this to even have a chance. The Fires goes back down again. The nade from Liam does take up Souza as FR. They are slowed down all the way to just the captain of the squad, Darko, against the entirety of GRC Aphrodite. Fires in his sight, but he's also getting pressured from the right. GRC Aphrodite, they've effectively won this 4v4, and they know where Darko is. Team Flash out in 8th.
Team Flash is not going to be climbing up that leaderboard anytime soon. Unfortunately for them, they will stay in the 11th spot. As FW Esports is still alive and kicking with 6 eliminations, they will hold on to the 10th spot for themselves as First Raiders Eclipse gets dispatched in the 7th position.
The dream still has a bit of the spark for GRC Aphrodite. This has to continue, but they do have SBTC right in front of them. 4 versus 3. GRC don't have much time to recover. And SBTC might just be that maker.
Raz stays back to hold the fort. 18DA and Liam backs away. Brian, AC80, tries to engage with Liam from afar. And SBTC disengages. They say they want to survive. They do not want to lose these resources prematurely before getting into the final circle. Once again, SBTC playing for a bonus of $4,000 US. So a lot is on the line for SBTC.
Especially when we're already in top 6, right?
Yeah.
Morph team still in. MGE still in with 5 eliminations last time we checked.
Yep.
E-Arena still in with 2. So E-Arena still has a decent lead. Morph team now taking that aggressive posture. Spotting 18 there, his back turn. Glue wall propped up. The rest of GRC needs to help out their teammate, but they are outnumbered by Morph team. Homer drone comes right through, and Morph team was like, you know what, we're going to turn our attention all the way to the remnants of GRC Aphrodite. All 3 players dunking on Raz and basically just making quick work out of this guy. Nothing much he could do. Liam trap on the low ground, completely pressured, forced to hide behind a tree. And GRC Aphrodite, they're on their last legs.
SBTC off screen making quick work of FW. But Chai C brings Alongkon as well as Gmelo right back into the game. Ma'al goes down. Wasana, a snipe from out of nowhere. The Woodpecker in hand finds Ma'al's head. And now MGE poking their noses in here as well. But it definitely does belong here. MGE wants their #1 spot and they need as many eliminations as possible.
And this does allow GRC to bring the rest of their team back. MGE still 5 eliminations. Morph team in front of them. One of their big contenders. If Morph team bombs out right now, MGE are in prime position to take that title away. E-Arena has not shown on this map for majority of the game. They are still outside of the radar, undetected, laying low.
MGE, 5 points already. They need a total of 10 above E-Arena to become the champions of FFSI. And they will come across yet another team in GRC. One player gets taken out of the equation. Fires MKS holding on for his dear life. SBTC poking their noses in as well, picking up as many as they can. SBTC needs a total of 14 points because Genesis Dogma is out already. They cannot do anything about this. As long as SBTC gets the 14, they're going to be able to match up and take that 4,000 extra USD.
Yeah, Donbu and Craven wants to go for Fires. Down to half HP, Craven takes care of him very quickly. And by the way, E-Arena needs to go out right now. If they don't go out right now, they can win just by placement points.
No, brother, no.
They can.
MGE, look at this. Eliminations, they are really running wild on this map. GRC don't want to bow out just yet. They bring their players right back in, but potentially right over the heads of SBTC. And SBTC has been hot thus far. SBTC needs 14 points. SBTC is going to say, thank you very much, GRC. And they will welcome those 2 points with open arms.
I mean, realistically, 7 eliminations is not enough, right? If you get the Booyah and E-Arena has some decent placements, they still take the lead by a fraction of maybe 3 to 4 points. But E-Arena are still laying down low. Artemis runs straight into Fires and instantly punished. SBTC taking this fight. Brian with a good trade onto Raz, puts up the glue wall. They want Artemis back up and they will achieve just that. SBTC also seeing a separate team on top of the hill with Morph team against MGE. A fight that's also equally important. MGE down to 2. Saming and Donbu, last 2 men alive. Can they get to Morph team? The final roadblock towards glory. Donbu down low, 35 health. Starts hitting himself back up. Saming playing long range. E-Arena is finally show up, baby! E-Arena wants the trophy, and they have found the golden goose.
And they might just be able to protect the trophy with their own efforts itself. If they shut down Morph, if they shut down MGE, this is done. This is dusted. Saming out Donbu, and it is High C with a double. SBTC with Neo alone. He runs away. He tries to look for the survival. E-Arena wraps around. This is where MGE can either protect themselves or get obliterated. Shut up down on the ground, and Morph is actually helping out MGE. MGE is going to stay silent for the time being.
This could be the final fight. E-Arena, play your cards right. Don't bomb out right now. MG, they're still not out just yet. Look at Donbu playing it safe. And Morph team, now they have the numbers advantage. E-Arena, they've stirred the Hornet's Rest. They have started the inevitable. This should not have been the case. Orcus has a nade in hand. This is still achievable. Fixer downing himself at this time.
What?
How can you let that happen?
E-Arena with 2 points now. This push has come to shove. MGE
There is a chance.
Mahal puts him out of the equation. E-Arena just needs to survive. If something can happen right now, it is Limit just backing away from this fight. But the only place he can run is out the circle. Long rotation around. This blue will not be forgiving at all. They are in a tough spot. They need to win this big fight. 2v4 in their hands.
Orcus, he's gonna get swarmed right now. Code Pew starts it out with the help of Koja. That's Orcus down. Limit. What else do you have left in the tank? E-Arena have nothing else left. Out in 5th. It could just be enough. It comes down to the final point. This is what we wanted, AJ. Down to the very wire. And now it's 3-4, baby. Top 4 teams. No one has a chance in getting first. Maybe Morph team, but they need to win this round.
Nah, Morph, I don't know if it's going to be possible or not as SBTC gets put out of the equation. Finally, Morph team needed a total of 31 points more than E-Arena. E-Arena getting so many of those placement points just makes it impossible for Morph. But the question is, how much did MGE walk out of this round with? We will need to wait for the highlights a little bit later on and the overall score. FW Esports in the meantime, trying to work for a little bit of extra money out there on the battlefield. Can they take down Morph team? A full 4v4 fight, Husky.
And it's going to be Morph team and FW trying to run up the hill into the compound. Morph team pelting them from afar. Boonjae first to drop, and look at Morph team. A plethora of utilities. Ice grenade thrown out. They're going in for the final rush. Chai C instantly backs off. Morph team taking a lot of chip damage from the ice grenade with Boonjae supporting fire from the side. A long con gets dropped first. Chai C still playing ring around the rosy with the remnants of Morph team, but 2 members of FW have already gone down. Morph team going in for the jugular as Morph team also brings back their fallen teammates Ma'au back on his feet, and they are just slowly dispatching of FW. The 3rd seed of Indonesia claims the booyah at the finishing line. Morph team puts their name in the history books.
Morph needed a massive 31-point booyah. That is not what they end this match with, but it is a valiant effort indeed. Because even if they can sneak away that 2nd spot from MGE, they'll be very happy, man. That is a $20,000 US bonus if Morph team executed that right.
Morph team with the booyah again, right? It could change the standings, 2nd and 3rd. Definitely not a championship round for Morph team, but nonetheless, this is one of the few teams that is debuting for the very first time outside of the domestic region. This finish itself is a testament of how far Indonesia has come as a Free Fire region. In one of the videos, one of the Indonesian players said, it's our era right now, and I truly believe it is.
It most definitely is. I think Indonesia has proven their worth out there on the battlefield. 2-time world champs could not walk the talk. They tickled many of those players out there with their words. They entertained us to no end. But unfortunately, if you really poke the hornet's nest sometimes, if you really push some people down, they might stand right back up. And when they do, it might not be easy for you to overcome them.
Yeah, you can't poke too many people. You know, they poked at Team Flash, they poked at GRC, they poked at E-Arena. They basically poked at the whole competition because they're like, who are these guys?
Yeah.
Who are these guys? I don't want to talk, my throat hurts.
Yeah.
Too bad, eh?
Now their ego hurts as well, unfortunately, but they still are the 2-time world champs. And we do have the Free Fire World Series about to wrap around the corner. We still do have a couple of majors in between it, but they might be able to rise up to the occasion right there. Let's take a look at the match standings and see exactly how much was pulled out here. MGE, where are they? Wait, a total of 12 points. And what did E-Arena get?
8 points.
Not enough.
Not enough. I mean, we went back and forth, right? We had some minor disagreements, but when you look at the math, E-Arena, if they don't drop out anytime soon, this championship is basically in the bag for them, right? It's only a matter of time. They just need to run out the clock, and I think E-Arena recovered just barely at the very end. Definitely not as clean as they wanted it to.
Yep.
But when you look at the entire Grand Finals journey, they were in the lead the entire Grand Finals. All 18 rounds.
They basically won the Grand Finals, a 3-day Grand Finals on day one in itself with a massive 120-point triple booyah for themselves, breaking 2 records in 1 day of play. But taking a look at the overall standings, Expand kind of unfortunately bombing out close to 60 points away from Team Flash, who are in the 11th spot. FW Esports up in 10th with 149, and First Raiders Eclipse only managing to finish on 9th with 160.
PE Sports finishing 8th, XMDE showing up big time on the regional stage. Genesis Dogma SF, first seed of Indonesia, finishing 7th. You have SBTC 1 point ahead of them, getting 6th place. Evil's Phoenix remains in 5th. GRC Aphrodite in 4th.
I cannot believe SBTC actually did this. They did manage to get the 4,000 USD bonus for themselves. And of course, Morph Team getting the 3rd place, and you know exactly who to expect in the 2nd spot as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The team that was sprinkling their magic dust on the battlefield all throughout the Grand Finals, even in the group stage, Magic Esports with 226.
Absolutely. And your champions for the Free Fire SEA Invitationals is E-Arena. A new king has been crowned. We begin a new era of SEA Free Fire. No more is Evil's Phoenix. It is E-Arena, the Rave Rabbits of Thailand.
Insane. And they managed to pull it off just with 1 solid day of play and 2 days of surviving the onslaught of all of the other tryhards. The champions, E-Arena, they lift this trophy up high and proud, for they deserve it. And there's no better way to do it. Breaking 2 records in the Grand Finals, I'll take that.
$100,000 US richer, the Covenant Trophy of FFSI, and also the title of champions, best team in SEA. You cannot have asked for more from this team. Look at the group stage. 13th, 14th place. They turned the franchise around in 1 week of group stage play. Limit was the week 2 MVP. And the Grand Finals, 120 points on day 1, 68 points on day 2. And they ran with it. They never lost their lead the entire Grand Finals. No one has ever done that, AJ.
And they beat Magic Esports with just 6 points. Of course, it would be heartbreaking for MGE, but you can't see the tears.
It's him again.
Week 2 MVP and also the Grand Finals MVP. 44 eliminations, a massive 25,837 damage. Limit, there is no limit for this boy.
Definitely not. He has exceeded expectations. He has broken the glass ceiling. One of the rehearsals we did, remember I did this mock cast. I say Limit is the Finals MVP. And my goodness, I am proud of making that prediction. But Limit did it all on his own for E-Arena. And I'm so glad that we get to see all the other teams step up to the occasion. And here we have officiating a new dynasty for Free Fire.
Absolutely, and this is just going to ring those warning bells for EVOS Phoenix.
Oh yes.
Yes, you're confident. Yes, you've got the skills. Yes, you've got the strategy. But sometimes you can be overcome as well. It really doesn't matter if you're the 2-time world champs, as long as someone else out there is hungry. But this is also a warning bell to all of the other regions. Because Thailand, if you thought EVOS Phoenix was going to be the hardest heads to crack, now E-Arena out of nowhere shows you that they are the next one in line to smash it at the World Championship.
First seed of Thailand, champions of FFSI. It's been an absolute honor to be a part of this. My name is AJ. Well, my name is Husky. This is AJ. On behalf of everyone else, we wish you guys a great, great night. Goodbye.
his eyes. There's a storm then, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time.